AL8, and it's going to be Chult 2 Beneath the Canopy. Now, some of you guys were in Chult 1, and so some of you guys are familiar with roughly what's going on in the area, and I'm going to hand out a map for other people to be able to see. Once Roll20 stops being a jerk about it. Yes. The only default ones, though, are if you or someone else leaves the channel or joins the channel, and this channel is password protected, so it's really unlikely to be a thing during game. Yeah, which is then funny because then we can make fun of people for AFKing and not saying anything. Okay, so you guys should all have a handout that got popped up on your screen for the island of Chult. Now, the people who were here last time, they were able to make their way here on the back of a dinosaur that swam through the water and passed by an area called the Ruins of Mesro and saw the ruins of this massive city that had been that has fallen into obviously ruins, and then went around that little peninsula that sticks out to the area that looks like it's got a little bit of clear jungle around it. And there's a dark spot directly below the R in the word ruins, where the small village is that you guys are starting in today. Now, the village is run by a man named Dak Shin. Dak Shin is fairly tall. He's human. He has very, very dark, kind of coal-colored skin. He also has a couple of kind of bright white scars that stick out on his body, as well as having a collar, a metal collar that's about 2 inches thick or 2 inches wide. It's a band of iron around his neck that looks well worn but also fairly cared for, and has a couple of bangles and things like a couple pieces of twine with a piece of tiger's eye and a small rodent skull tied to his little neck piece. Um, Dakshin does not speak the common tongue very well, although he is quite well spoken and draconic, and has invited everyone here to listen to a proposal that he has for what he can do to better serve the masters and to go to the emerald mines. And the previous adventures, either you were here last time and you remember that Dakshin paid in very small but high quality emeralds, or you were told by a guild member that, hey, this guy's offering emeralds for, accomplishing tasks, and it's a really good way to have money incoming is to have gemstones. So he has said that he's looking for help in trying to clear away a path to the emerald mines, as there are some dangers in the jungle itself between them and the mountains where they mine things. And as is customary for his people, he's invited everyone here, and everyone is gathered in the village for a feast before any sort of business gets handled. There must be food, there must be drink, there must be joy to be spread around from the wondrous things that have happened on the first adventure, where a temple in the woods was cleansed of this voice problem that was causing all kinds of issues for the villagers. So what we're going to do as a way of introduction is, while you are at the feast, if you have any specific reason why your character would go to this sort of thing, like maybe you like emeralds, or maybe you like gemstones, or like the jungle climate here, or whatever your character's reasoning is for coming to this particular adventure, I would like for you to state that. Then if you can have a little bit of a short description of who your character is, a little bit of the backstory, what they look like, that sort of stuff. And then last but not least, mechanically, what is your character? Level 9 rogue or something like that. So, Ko, you are first. What are you doing at the festival, and who are you? All right. And anything particular you're doing at the festival? Just kind of chilling around, eating, and keeping your armor on? Gotcha. Booster. Do you want to go in a minute and you can figure out what you're doing at the festival? Do you want to delay for a second and other people can say what's going on at the festival? Brett, what are you doing? Okay. All right. You see that some of the villagers they don't really seem to respond nearly as well as normal people would to your tricks and the things that you do. Although the more of this fruit wine that seems to be fermented and fairly strong that Dakshin is drinking, the more he's exclaiming the wonders of what you're doing with your knives. Loop, you're up. Or Lup. Gotcha. Red.
so she has a dagger for that. And then mechanically, she's a fighter as well, so yay defenders. She's a prone headsman's chop, sort of rain of blows, sort of thing. Just more of a striker than a defender. So also, if you stand next to me, you get defense bonuses now because of the traveler blessing. So there's that.
Cool. Now I'm gonna kind of interrupt you for just 1 second and say, give a quick synopsis for the people in the stream. Ko is a Dragonborn fighter. Brett is a half-orc rogue, correct?
Yes.
Lup is a man bullywug, battle mind. Shiva is a drow sorcerer, and Red is human fighter.
Genasi.
Genasi fighter. Okay. Sorry, I apparently realized that the way I had the thing set up, the only voice that could be heard in the stream is mine, which that's the only important one. But that's okay.
didn't you do this at the start last time too, and I have to figure?
Yeah. So Booster, you're up.
Okay. Um. uh, right now, he's probably just getting some food to eat and just taking as little as he possibly can get away with. His backstory is basically he's a shy person who basically joined a guild to make some friends, and mechanically, he's a sword mage warlock and more strongly leaning towards the sword mage side.
All right. So you guys get to sit and enjoy some of the festival as it's going along. The center of this very small town, it doesn't have normal like shops and things like that. It has one big building that looks to be a smokehouse, and the rest of the little village is built around it. There's a huge long table that is clearly brought out for special occasions that you guys are all seated at and enjoying this feast. As the day sort of keeps going, after about 2 hours, they build up this big heavy fire, and Dakshin goes around to talk to people, telling them about all of the wonderful things that people will get. We will have such wonderful things from the emerald mines. Once the emeralds are flowing, it will be a beautiful thing. There will be glorious gemstones to give to the great masters, and for some for you as well. And kind of goes around and seems to be enjoying himself, speaking very eloquently in Draconic. And as he's moving around doing things, you see the fire start to move and writhe in a weird way as the coals start to roll, and you see this weird head reach up out of the fire as a fiery snake sort of slithers its way out of the coals and starts to look up towards you. The snake looks like it's about 8 feet tall, and it's very sort of willowy. It's got little licks of flame that are coming off the sides of it. It's very slender, but the center part of the chest kind of goes up like a cobra's head, where you can see there's little bits of very small arms formed in the coals. And as the villagers start to notice this, most of the villagers in the village, actually all of the villagers but one in the village, bow down to the flame snake and place their foreheads against the ground, stopping whatever they're doing to face towards the bonfire and bow down, except for Dakshin, who smiles broadly, grabs hold of his little canister of fruit wine, and starts to stagger towards the flame snake. So what is your all's reaction to things? I'm going to move you guys very slightly down to near the fire. So this is about how far away you guys are from the fire, although I'll kind of place yourselves a little bit like this. There's a table in the middle. Gathered around a table, and then the fire is off a little ways, where the snake is sort of moving out of. It doesn't seem to be doing anything, but is watching with bright coals for eyes. We're still on the guild page. I didn't move you guys on, to a different map. I just moved you guys down so you had the bonfire for reference. So, what I'm going to do, it's not actual initiative order, but go ahead and throw yourselves in initiative order. I want to see what your all's reactions to things are, and to make sure that everyone gets a chance to be able to speak and interact with what's going on. Ko, you did not select your token. There you go. Ko, you are first, sir. So what is your reaction to seeing this snake writhe its way out of the fire?
So I'm gonna look at, I think Booster and Shiva are the ones who would probably have some kind of arcane inclination to see if they have any reaction. And if nothing else, I just kind of subtly shift myself so that I'm in between the fire snake and the rest of the party. Else I'll just keep quiet and try and not be obtrusive.
Okay.
As best the man in scale armor would be.
Brett.
I'm gonna turn and look, and then like try to offer it some wine.
So you're gonna walk over to the fire?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're gonna walk over to the fire, walk over to the fire. So you walk over closer towards the fire. You see the snake move a little bit and kind of do this whole body sort of shiver as it sees you walking closer. And the whole area around the center where the chest of this creature would be, kind of where the cobra's hood would be, starts to light up and get very bright. As you can see, the heat is intensifying as you get closer. Do you keep walking towards it?
I back up slightly because that is pretty hot.
So you back up slightly, and it cools down very slightly as Dakshin sort of stumbles past you and taps you on the shoulder and gives you a smile as he walks over towards it with wine in his hand. It doesn't look like he's going to be offering wine, but he is holding on to his little canister that he's been drinking from all afternoon. Red, what are you doing?
Probably something in that I examine it and also back off from heat. Also try and like figure out what it is, but I'm bad at Arcana, so I probably won't.
Okay. To do sort of a monster knowledge check?
Yeah.
It seems to be running on some sort of magic. I'm fairly certain of that. Alright, so you go up, look at it, basically putting yourself in harm's way. Shivra, what are you doing?
Shiva is curious about this fiery apparition. She's going to use Arcana to try to discern what it is and what its purpose is. Yeah. Also, Arcana is not working out so well for it's on the fritz today. So she's gonna maybe try to use her knowledge. Maybe she can, see what the shape of the creature is and find out what it is. Monster knowledge check. Yep.
Sure that works.
Yep, that's how it goes.
So, looking at the creature, you can tell that this is definitely not the same type of magic that you have. Wow, that is impressively bad. You also believe that it's made of some kind of magic, but the only information that you're going to get is that you have no experience with anything like this. This is a type of magic that is different in style than yours. So you know that it is not charisma-based magic. This is not wild, chaotic magic. This is very focused, regimented sort of wizardry rather than sorcery. Lup.
So Lup, having figured out a way to communicate with the villagers, because I think you said the villagers only speak Draconic.
The villagers, a couple of them speak little bits and pieces of common, but primarily they speak only Draconic, yes.
Okay, so Lup, having figured out a way to communicate with the villagers to tell jokes and stories, realizes that all of his newfound friends have started bowing to this fire snake thing, and he's going to try and look at it and discern, like, he notices that Dakshin hasn't bowed to it, and he kind of looks enamored as he stumbles towards it with his wine bottle. And Lup's kind of insight and see what this thing thinks of Dakshin not bowing to it and see if he may need to do something here or not.
Okay.
There we go.
So, you can tell that there is some sort of deference that the other members of the village show towards Dakshin. Dakshin is the leader of the village. And you get the initial impression of the snake when it first got there and first looked toward the villagers and everyone that was there. It noticed that everyone bowed down and noticed that Dakshin did not bow and didn't seem to be bothered by that. You get the impression that maybe Dakshin, as the leader of the village, is allowed to not bow to the snake. Now, that being said, as Dakshin is stumbling towards it, looks like he's not going all the way straight up to it. He basically is going to be between Brett and Red. He very much looks like he is going to like stop and address the snake and talk to it, and the snake is watching him very intently and looks to be fairly upset. It's difficult to tell, it's a snake, so how does a fire snake look upset? You don't really know.
Right,
but
gotcha.
From everything you can read, it is reacting the same way to Dakshin staggering forward as it acted towards Brett when Brett got very close to the fire.
Alright, so, okay.
Booster.
Okay. Well, Booster's a Cinder Soul Ganassi, so I guess he's not really all that worried about the fire. So I guess I'll have him just sort of try to go closer too.
Okay.
And he'll just sort of nervously approach the snake and be like, hello?
So, as you go to walk past Dakshin to go speak to the snake, the man will put his hand on your shoulder and say, no, it's... And I'm going to basically assume that the one person here who can speak Draconic is going to translate for other people. And so I don't have to try to make life difficult by whispering things or typing anything else. So he kind of taps you on the shoulder, turns to Ko and says, tell your friend not to worry. The masters are here to congratulate us on our wonderful things that we have done, causing all of the problems in the jungle to go away. And this is how masters communicate and say thanks. You can tell that he's pretty drunk. So he turns to the snake and he extends out an arm, not the one that's holding the little vial or the little canister of alcohol. It says, "Oh, wise and glorious masters," and he bows, spilling a small amount of his drink in the process. I am so happy that you have decided to meet with us and show your great mercy, and these are the ones, the people from afar, that I have found. I found these people, and they have come and solved the problem of the great voices in the temple that were causing us to not be able to give you the tribute that you deserve as the proper wise masters. You see the snake, its mouth starts to change into looking a little bit more like a human type mouth, although it still has very snake-like features, and it speaks back in Draconic. What foolishness is this, Dakshin? What have you done? You have brought outsiders. You have failed us, Dakshin. When he says you have failed us, you see Dakshin sort of stop swaggering for a second and look just completely confused. I have not failed. I did what needed to be done to cause the temple thing. And he kind of looks back towards you all, kind of like he's looking for help in some way. He turns back to Ko because he knows Ko can speak the master's language.
Ko is just going to completely translate it to the rest of the party, and at the point you mentioned that we might be in a bit of... No, he's just going to say possible trouble.
Lup at that point will kind of walk towards the fire, and for those of you who are unfamiliar with this, Lup doesn't walk, or he doesn't hop like you would expect a bullywug to. He actually walks in a very weird and exaggerated manner. But he's gonna approach this fire snake, and he'll be oh, I just had this and I lost it. Okay. Shindak, get us for help. You do not want help? He kind of asks the fire snake.
So the snake looks at you, and you can tell that it understands you, even though you're speaking in broken common. You're in Lup's version of common. And then the snake turns back towards Dakshin and says, "You bring outsiders here. Outsiders that know nothing. You know nothing, Dakshin." And then he raises one of those little stunted arms up and curls it into a claw, and you can see the collar around Dakshin's neck glow red hot. And a strong smell of burning flesh starts to waft away from Dakshin as he cries and crumples to the ground. So, is anyone doing anything in particular?
I am going to, as casually as possible, unsheath the spear and kind of just hold it in a non-threatening position.
I'll look very confused.
Lup will move towards Doc Shin, not understanding what's going on. I don't know. I assume he's somewhere here.
Let me put a token production on them.
Okay, yeah. I was about to ask because you said he was somewhere between like Brett and Red, so. Oh, so that's what he looks like. I've always imagined something different.
That's not really what he looks like, but that was a token that I found quickly.
Oh,
I'll see if I can find a better token for him.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, Lup will move towards Doc Shin, and he's going to try and use what little strength he possesses to grab the collar and try to like rip it off, like break it from Doc Shin's neck, if that makes sense.
Sure. So as you reach forward to grab hold of the collar, you can tell it is going to burn you if you touch it, and it is right now in the process of singeing Dakshin's skin.
Okay.
You can see the bits and pieces of his flesh that touches directly on top and bottom of the collar is starting to blacken and burn. And you can see there isn't really a spot where the collar has like a hinge or anything like that. It just looks like one loop of iron.
All right.
And
So,
hang on,
mechanically speaking.
Let me finish this. So as you get closer to Dakshin and kind of reach down towards him, he's writhing around, and he's saying in Draconic that Ko can understand. He's saying, I did not mean it. I mean to serve. I live to serve. The masters are good. The masters are great. As he's writhing around on the ground.
Okay. So, question then. Mechanically speaking, would this be considered fire damage if I were to grab this thing? I assume
yes,
it's fire
damage.
Okay, would my armor of adaptable resistance, which is defaultly set to fire, give me any protection as I grab this thing?
Yes.
Okay, so it gives me 5 fire resistance. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but it might help me out here. So I'm going to grab the collar and feel the heat coming off of it as I attempt to athletically rip this thing in half around his neck so I don't, like, it just stops. Like, okay, ouch. That's unfortunate. Alright.
So you grab hold of it, and as soon as you do, the thing burns you, and then the collar cools very very rapidly. The snake kind of looks over towards you, like it's noticing that you truly exist for the first time, and then screams out in this same sort of hard to understand language that Ko knows it's Draconic, but it's a little different from the normal Draconic. It says, "Your arrogance and your ignorance is unforgivable." And then you see he drops his mouth, and this huge jet of flame washes out over the group. As the creature screams out towards Dakshin, "You are banished. Let no child of Chult speak your name ever again." And you hear a snapping sound as Dakshin's collar snaps, and a crack appears on the front and the back as the collar falls off as he's writhing on the ground, and a wave of fire is going to come out. So this is from top to bottom. So wave of flame goes out. it's going to be 24 versus Brett, 23 versus Boost, a 20 versus Lup, a 18 versus Ko, a 22 versus Red, and a 22 versus Shivra as this wave of flame goes out.
All right, remind me again, Gary. Apply resistance before halving or after halving?
Halving is always last. Now,
Okay.
granted, to be clear, you aren't having the damage from this because it's like weakened or anything like that. It's because it just deals half damage on a miss. So that would be first, and then resistance.
Okay, so I would halve it and then apply my 5 resistance.
Right.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Shiva activates her swift escape power, so she detects the I guess the blast coming out, and she teleports 5 squares to safety.
Okay. It is a blast 5, so it's easy to basically teleport 1 and you're out of it. You see the heat on the snake kind of die down a little bit. Doc Shin is crying and writhing on the ground. And I'm now going to go back and go sweep through people to see what their reactions are to things. Ko.
At the attack, Ko is actually just going to charge right at it.
Okay.
And he's just going to swing at it with his spear.
Okay.
Do you want me to make a melee basic or something?
Mm-hmm. Make an attack. It is a creature, you can attack it. So that will hit for 14 points of damage. You break away part of the creature's bodies, you stab into it with a spear, and chunks start to fall away. Anything else?
Nope. I'll just make sure to position myself in between it and other party members.
Brett?
I'm going to chuck a dagger at it because it doesn't seem to be very friendly anymore.
Also, even if it was friendly, I just chucked a spear at it, so...
So yeah, make an RBA.
Yeah, do the thing. Whichever you'd like to do. It is not granted combat advantage as it has acted. 34 versus AC will hit. The cold damage seems to affect it more than anything else.
Nice.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Red, you're up.
Similar reaction, slips one of her many weapons, the gouge, off her back, and leaps at this thing with a burst of lightning. What's the thing?
That'll definitely connect for 20.
And I'll attempt to pull it out of the fire to where I was standing.
It does move out of the fire.
And knock it prone there. If I can knock it prone. I don't know how that works.
You can.
With a snake.
Okay. Prone means that it is disoriented and needs to take a movement action to right itself. So you can prone snakes and sharks and things that swim and fly. Shivra, you're up.
Okay. She was gonna try another Arcana check, Monster Knowledge check as well, if that's possible.
So Monster Knowledge check is either a yes or no. You either know or you don't know.
Okay, so I guess I don't know.
If there is this, well, let me finish the statement. If there is a specific thing that you're trying to figure out how it works, you can say, I want to see if I can determine how this thing works, and then tell me what type of action you want to spend for it. And you can basically take time to try to figure it out. So you won't snapshot know it, because that takes no action and it takes no amount of time to discern whether your character knows something or not. However, if your character is trying to decipher something, trying to use a check to figure something out, then that is something that takes a certain amount of time, and it will be easier or harder the more or less things you try to figure out. Like, if you try to figure out everything about this monster as a minor action, it's not going to happen. If you try to figure out a specific ability and you're like, oh, I want to know how this thing works, and you make a check for it, then you can do that.
Okay. I was thinking about maybe trying to figure something about its makeup. Like it's like a fire creature, so I was gonna try to figure out whether it's like an elemental creature,
Sure.
or something like that.
So what type of action do you want to use for that?
Would Arcana suffice?
What type of action? Move, minor,
Oh.
standard?
I'll try a minor action just to
Okay.
see how well that works. 1 second. Oh. Impressive.
Yeah,
Okay.
even that
Chaos magic indeed.
Are you
I
sure your
think-
dice is not stuck?
It could be.
So
I think she was gonna attempt to maybe use some diplomacy because I don't know, maybe fighting's not so good for her. But she's gonna try to call out to the fire creature and say, "Why do you attack us?" So we have done nothing wrong here. We have not wronged you. Dakshin is our friend, and you've attacked him and attacked us. What is the cause of this? We are quite formidable opponents, and I don't think you would want to make enemies of us.
that sounds like a really excellent justification for an intimidate check.
Okay, I'll try that out. Let's see. So it's gonna be a 20.
So 20. The creature, kind of writhing on the ground, moving around, seems like it is trying to draw back from the encounter. That does seem to have done something to it.
Does it respond at all?
It doesn't respond immediately. It will respond to everyone when it gets a turn, which will be at the end of the round.
Okay. I already in action, an attack action.
So
that
readying an action takes a standard, and I'm assuming that that's what you did with your skill check of talking to it.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll just use my move to move back a little bit further away then, and end my turn.
Lup, you're up.
Alright, so Luff's kind of aggravated this thing. Burns his friend. His other friends are angry at it. It's on the floor in front of him. He's going to draw his flail, and he's going to spin it above his head as lightning begins to arc off of it, and he's going to try and slam it in the head with a conductive defense. For 30 versus reflex.
Definitely hits. 13 lightning.
And then he's gonna search for its mind with his battle mind's demand to I don't know, I've always flavored it as he inserts a thought into his opponents to make them want to attack him more. So he's gonna attempt to battle mind's demand it. I don't know if it's gonna work or not on this thing.
It does.
So I essentially mark it, and as he kind of stands there, his flail still spinning, lightning still arcing off of it, he says, "You anger Lup. Lup not nice when angry."
Alright, Booster, you're last but not least.
He's just kind of freaking out right now, so he'll curse the thing and then try to stab it with Eldritch Strike.
Okay.
No, does that hit?
31 definitely hits. 7 points of damage.
Okay, and he has a staggering weapon +2, so he'll slide the thing over here.
Okay. Anything else as you strike down into it?
Wait, can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Anything else that you do after you strike down into it?
I guess I'll move next to him again.
So the creature writhes around on the ground, seeming to lose it, a little bit of its flame as it is far away from the bonfire, and cries out on its back, reaching up as the bits and pieces of flame that are within it explode outward, and the body dies. The thing goes cold. So there's going to be one last attack, which is going to be against Booster and Red.
Can I lightning rush this?
You can. It is a close burst 1, so if you lightning rush it, that is not going to help the situation.
Yeah, well, okay. In that case, never mind.
So 22 versus reflex on booster and 12 versus reflex on red. -2 to both of those because he is actually marked.
Booster, you also have a +1 bonus to defenses for being next to me. So
And I also have +4 to all defenses from Aversion Staff and Armor of Dark Majesty against him. So yeah, it does miss.
What effect do you have that you've put on him?
A curse?
Curse. It's not an effect.
Is it? Oh. Is that versus AC or reflex?
Reflex.
Okay, I'll use shield to avoid that then.
Cool. So it putters out. I don't think it hits either one of you then, and then the snake dies down. After a couple of moments of the fire dying down, you see or you hear the entire village is completely quiet, and several of them stand back up and sort of move back to doing whatever they were doing beforehand, kind of moving around, getting food, kind of going on about like nothing has happened. And you just hear little bits of whimpering from Duckshin, who is fairly well burned and is grabbing onto the two broken pieces of his collar, and he is kind of mashing them back together around his neck. You hear this kind of clicking sound as he keeps trying to press them together hard enough to make them back into being his collar, but the collar is now broken, and you see the little pieces of twine and things that he had bound around the collar have been burned away, and there's the little piece of tiger's eye and the little rodent skull that's next to him. And he's crying softly. What do you guys do?
I'll
Yep,
move
sounds-
over to him. So, I'll just put a hand on his arm that's trying to put it together and just say, "It's broken. We need to get out of here."
So he looks up at you. You can see the tears streaming down his face. Says in broken common, "No, cannot be broken. Is Dakshin. Dakshin is servant." He keeps mashing the two pieces back together, kind of accentuating some of the words that he's saying. "Cannot be broken. Dakshin serves masters well."
Well, you appear to have been fired. I'll look toward some party that looks better suited to calming him down than I am.
All right, on the fired
Probably
comment,
Shriva.
boo. That was a bad one.
Rude.
Well, Shiver will talk to him, try to calm him down a little bit, and ask him, why did you serve those things anyways, right? What could you possibly gain from such servitude? At least now that you're free, you can choose what you want to do.
So he looks up at you, seems to be somewhat terrified. Could you give me a diplomacy check, please? Keeping track with those awesome skill checks, I see.
Yeah.
So
nothing.
Duckshin looks to be very afraid, and you can tell as you're talking about freedom, he's getting more and more uncomfortable and more afraid. And as you say, as you talk about freedom, 1 second. Sorry, as you talk about freedom, he shakes his head and goes, No, I am a child of Chult. And he will switch to Draconic as he's trying to keep saying what he wants to say, and turns towards Ko and says, Tell them my words. Tell them they must understand that I am a loyal servant of the masters. I am not free. I am not alone. I am part of the great masters of Chult.
Once again, word for word translating. And I'm just gonna look at everyone and go, stay or leave.
So you see, as no one seems to be responding immediately to what he says, he sort of rolls up onto his feet, holding the collar to either side of his neck, and goes towards the village, and starts saying things in Draconic to them, saying their names, calling after them. You know Dakshin. You know Dakshin is good servant, as we all are good servants. I have done many things in the service of the masters. And you notice that the villagers completely ignore him, like as if he does not exist and is saying nothing. Just go about what they're doing.
After seeing this, Lup is going to look to Ko, and he's going to say, "We leave. Fight the masters. Kill the masters. This wrong. Lup does not stand for slave."
Alright, Cole just kind of grunt in affirmative.
You said it's getting dark. It's in the evening hours as we were having this like festival going on, right?
No, it was late afternoon, so it's like 5 or 6 o'clock.
Okay.
So probably closer to 5 than 6. So Dakshin is going around trying to talk to people in the village, trying to get people to recognize him, trying to get people to acknowledge him, and nobody will. Everyone is ignoring him.
Well, this goes on. Do we have time to short rest for those of us who are injured? Which is, I
Sure,
guess, is
you can
everyone.
take a short rest.
So we don't have any leaders right now, right?
Correct.
That's correct.
So, what are you guys doing? Other than taking a short rest and healing up a little bit.
Shiva was wondering if maybe she can kind of pick up on, maybe from watching the people or overhearing conversations, why it is that these people are forced into servitude, or is it pretty much the whole village?
Yeah, the whole
that
village
they're
are
slaves?
wearing the iron collars, although their iron collars are a little less ornate and decorated than Dakshin's is.
Would Shiva know why they were slaves, or the circumstances regarding the slavery?
If you were in the village and you asked about them, they would say that they are just servants of the wise masters.
Is it possible to detect any outside influence on them, like whether they're being maybe supplied by something? Like maybe I can do a perception or investigate or something. It's just I'm just wondering if maybe they're reliant somehow on these masters, or if maybe we can get rid of them and there won't be any harmful effects on these people.
So from the previous venture, the characters got the people that were there got the knowledge that there are two big things the masters do. They give tribute to the masters, and that the masters, they have this canoe that they push out into the water that they fill up with tribute, and then if they have any young that are born, they also put them into the canoe. And then the masters take care of their children. They also will take care of the wounded and sick and send them back to the village if they get sent out in the tribute canoe. And that by and large, they make it to where the things that are here are all supplied by the masters. Although you don't see any like overt signs of control either on their bodies or in the town itself. I mean, it looks to be a very poor town on the edge of the jungle.
Cole is just gonna sit by the fire, biting his wounds, and as Shiva goes around asking about this kind of stuff, it's gonna go, duty.
So you can see that while most of the people are making a point of ignoring Dakshin, one of them, who is the only elf that you can see in the village, is kind of sitting away from everything else, watching what's going on, watching your all's reaction, watching Dakshin kind of going around pleading with people to get them to pay attention.
Okay. Is there anything Shiva notices in particular about the elf? Does it appear to be like one of the other villagers?
Does seem to be one of the villagers. Has the same sort of slender iron collar of the normal villagers.
Okay, Shiva is going to see if she can start up a conversation with him. Maybe he'll be inclined to speak with her if she talks to him in Elvish.
Okay. So what do you want to say?
Greetings there. Perhaps you can tell me what are the circumstances regarding your village here? It seems as if you are slaves. How did this come to be? How did you come to serve these masters, as you call them?
So the elf shrugs and says, "Everyone must serve something or someone. How I am here is different than how they are here. They are born into this, serve into it, die under it. I am different. This is less bad than other places that I've been, other things that I've seen."
How did you come to be on this island?
Sort of, he looks up to you, and you can tell that he gives you this like weird smirk and says, "I do not want that information scattered around, but I am from a long way off. You seem to be here causing all sorts of problems. Why are you here causing problems, I guess is a better question."
Well, we have a friend here, and it appears that he's being harmed and taken advantage of, and we don't take kindly to that. So, while we don't mean to cause trouble for others, we will stand up for our friend and what we believe in.
So he sort of waves his hand towards Dakshin and says, "That one understands where his place in the order of things around here, and is well rewarded for the service that he does to his masters. I believe the loss of his collar is going to weigh upon him heavily. He might not recover, although there may be a way for him to return back into favor."
So, how would he return back into favor exactly? It seems as if they were quite cruel to him and caused harm to him. And perhaps the better question is, why would he want to return to their favor?
So he puts his head back, kind of rests his head against the side of one of the buildings and looks up into the sky and says, "There are many types of slaves, many types of servants. The ones here, you have to understand, many of them here were born into this. This is all they know, all they do. This is their identity, who they are. Take that away from them, and what are they? Nothing, lost, alone. Out here in this jungle where they are soon to be eaten or die from a fever."
Shiva
Go ahead, sorry.
Shiva contemplates this, but she thinks perhaps there could be a better way, or perhaps she can, or someone can show them a better way. She is curious to hear about this redemption that Dakshin, because ultimately, we want to look out for Dakshin. But
So the elf will say, "There is a sacred place to the masters, ruins far to the north of here, on the other side of the swamplands. Those ruins are..." He kind of thinks about it for a moment. "They're very significant in one way or another to the masters. I don't really know. I think it is something they all intrinsically understand, or maybe something they're taught as children. But those that commit crimes against the masters or cause problems to them go there and supposedly offer something up to the masters, more than what they've already given, in order to be redeemed."
Okay. So Shiva will relay this information to the people. Is there a way that she can maybe she can try to roll diplomacy to try to see if she can kind of glean some more information She understands this guy doesn't want to share too much about his past, but maybe find out how long he's been here and a little bit about his history.
Okay. So let me make sure that I'm not crazy. So as you kind of turns away from talking about Duction and turns towards talking to the elf, he pretty much immediately shuts you down as you ask questions about his past, who he is, where he's from, that sort of stuff, and just rather than saying no, he just stops responding to you, and sort of ignores questions that are said about his origin or anything like that. And then we'll just say, it does not matter who I once was. I'm now the one that finds herbs for the masters. And kind of looks for some of those. And I sometimes make poultices for those that are injured and cannot wait to go on the canoe out to the great masters.
Shiva beseeches him if he can possibly spare one of these poultices for Dakshin, and then she returns to the party and shares the information.
So he nods his head and says, I will have nothing to do with the healing of that creature. And then he taps his little iron collar and then kind of nods to you and just walks away.
Wait, so they
Go ahead.
take a boat out to the Masters, which means if we're going to, apparently since we're going to attack the Masters, we might need to figure out how that process works so we can get there.
So they have said that they have a canoe that is full of tribute, and that somehow the masters come along every so often, and they send out the tribute canoe. The people who are on the canoe that are injured or are sick are healed, and then sent back with the empty canoe, and all of the tribute is taken.
So as the party gets back together, it looks like that translating has kind of done something, because Ko is far more eloquent than he normally would be. And he kind of just looks at everyone and says, some are meant to serve. If your masters are cruel, then you are just unlucky. But you must understand, it is loyalty, it is duty, it is the very existence. Some are just meant to serve and to sacrifice. Slavery by choice is not slavery as you know it. And then Ko kind of goes quiet. And this is more words than you've heard him put together in the past couple of days that you've known him.
So other than Ko and Shiva, do you guys have reactions to things? I know it's been a little bit of a sort of spotlight with Shiva talking. Brett, what are you doing during all this?
I'm going to raise an eyebrow and just stare.
For like 20 minutes, just one eyebrow out, staring holes into people.
Seems appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay. Red, do you have anything you want to say or do during all this time?
I already talked about that reaction, but I'd sort of play around with the pieces of his, what exactly the collar was. I don't know what.
So the collar was a big piece of metal that is now two pieces of metal, and he's holding onto it, very closely around his neck. But you can see that there are a bunch of little things that were hanging from the collar, other pieces that he left scattered on the ground.
Yeah, I'll pick up the pieces and try and figure out what exactly this collar is.
Okay.
I don't know if that would be a check or what kind of check.
So you could give me a streetwise or history check.
Those are the same for me, so both equally bad.
Up to you.
Right, I know absolutely nothing.
These things seem to be simple decorations that he puts on it. That he had put on his collar, but now that the collar's broken, he's not paying as much attention to the decorations as he is to, what's going on with the collar itself. Booster, what are you
Okay.
doing during all this? Han, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. Uh,
If you're trying to say something, we can't hear you.
sorry. I guess he'll just sort of, I don't know, kind of, sort of, wrong page. To sort of like, I guess, think to himself and try to see if he can, I guess, people, people have been calling themselves like children of Chult, right?
Yes.
Or something like that. I guess I'd like to try to make a history check to see if he would know what that exactly means.
Okay. So, you know that certain areas, certain regions, especially places that have very strong governmental figures, it doesn't really matter where it is or what the society is, there tends to be a sense of kind of a collective worth of where you're from and where you live. Sort of modern day patriotism, but back then it was very much more localized. So, like, the idea of proud to be an American, or if you're proud of your Dutch heritage or something like that. That sort of thing is very prevalent, but it's much more focused. So, like, being proud of being someone from Amn, or being proud of being a person who's from Kalimshan, or from Almraven, something like that. So they have that same sort of thing, and as they talk to things, there is a sense of acceptance, like they are one of a big group. They are part of a group of people that all identify themselves as the children of Chult. So, Lup, since you are now back, is there anything you want to do during this as Shiver goes and talks to the elf, and Dakshin is continuing to try to figure out if people will pay attention to him?
Not really. I mean, after kind of taking 5 minutes to recuperate from burning himself from trying to save Doc Shin and the explosion from the collar being destroyed, he will kind of look to the party and he will say something along the lines of, Lup leave tomorrow in morning. Follow or not, Lup will kill masters. This is not right.
Okay, so we got to the point of people have interacted, done things. I want to try to get a group decision. So, what is the group deciding they want to do now? The options, at least from what people have been talking about, are either you can help Doc Shin, you can stay in the village overnight, or you can go and look for things to the master. What's the goal that you guys are trying to go for now?
I want to liberate the people, kill the masters. That's what Lup wants to do to get that vote started.
Booster's kind of, he'll kind of go with what Lup is going for now.
Brett is with Lup. He wants to bring justice to the masters.
So I'm gonna go. So those is 1, 2, and 3. And if someone else has something that they feel like is a reasonable choice, but is not on the list, go ahead and give me a option 4. Okay. So it sounds like you guys are going to stay here, rest for the evening, and then try to figure out what to do in the morning. So over the course of the evening, Dakshin eventually settles down. He goes and kind of locks himself away in one of the bigger buildings in the area, not in the little town, which is his house. And you can hear, silent cries through the night as he's just very, very like broken and upset. As you guys sort of bed down for the night, the jungle kind of comes alive at night. There's a lot of movement, a lot of things going on in the jungle. You can hear kind of long cries and calls off in the jungle as it gets very loud, especially during the darker parts of the night. And you guys can take an extended rest by staying in the town overnight. So you guys can go back up to full health and full surges. In the morning, the villagers seem to have decided that you guys are also not to be interacted with. While some of them would interact with you a little bit throughout the previous evening, there seems to be some sort of decision that has been made that if you are there and part of sort of Dakshin's whole problem that he's caused for the village, and that since Dakshin is no longer one and you are connected to Dakshin, that you guys are also sort of undesirables that they don't want to deal with anymore. And they seem to be going about their daily lives and not paying any attention to you guys in the village at all, as they get ready to go fishing in the morning and go to get groups together that look like they're getting little sleds to go and get stuff out of the jungle. So what's the plan?
Go. We go.
Go where?
Find the masters.
And then he just starts walking. I assume that we found out where they set the canoes off yesterday.
They send the canoes off into the little, again, if you I'll show you guys again. Right below where it says the R in ruins, there's a little dark spot in the little inlet of water. That's where the village is, right on the edge of the coast. And they say that when the masters come around, that they send the canoe out, and that the masters take the canoe and heal the people, take the children, and return back the canoe with whoever's been healed, and take the tribute out of the canoe.
Wait, so like the masters come out in a boat around the edge of the coast, out in the water, and they send the canoe out to like the boat?
No. So like they put stuff onto the boat and they just leave it there. And as far as they know, the boat will eventually come back or reappear with whatever happened with on it.
Exactly. They leave the tribute out, and then later on the tribute returns. Well, the
Okay, so
canoe
they
returns.
leave their canoe with injured people in it, walk away, come back 4 hours later or X amount of time later, be like, oh my goodness, he's magically healed. Thank you, masters.
No, more like they put it in the canoe and they send it out into the ocean, and then it comes back from the ocean with whoever's in it that's healed, and the canoe is fine.
Okay, that's really weird. All right. Lup say we make canoe. Do as villagers do. Find masters. Yes?
Hmm.
Sure, why not?
So you guys go and make a canoe?
Probably, yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. So you guys go and get the stuff together to make a canoe. I'm not going to force you guys to make checks, as canoes are relatively straightforward. Get wood and hollow out a log, and you guys have enough weapons, tools, implements, and magic to be able to get the job done without me making you guys make checks on how to make a simple canoe. But during the morning, as you guys are starting to make a canoe and doing things, you can tell that the villagers look very uncomfortable about you guys being around. And the one elf that Shiver talked to the day before takes up a position sort of halfway to the tree line and just watches you all work with a weird look on his face. Like he looks like he's intently paying attention to what you're doing, but also kind of confused. So you guys spend the morning and make yourselves a canoe. What would you like to do with a canoe?
I assume the plan was to get in the canoe, and then once everybody was in, we just kind of push off and do things, wait for whatever takes it to take us.
I mean, the tribute canoes went somewhere, right? So we follow that path, right?
Follow the path. you realize that water does not really leave good tracks, right?
You guys are gonna. We could track heat signatures, right? In the desert.
Yeah, I mean, there is no real path. They basically say they stick it on at the edge of the dock, they push the canoe out to sea, and the masters take the tribute and it goes back. So you guys just go into a canoe out into the dock and then push yourselves into the water?
Shiva was actually curious. The place that the elf mentioned, where people go to be redeemed, does it seem to be in the maybe the general direction? Like, let's say if we were to go around the coast, or maybe trek through the jungle, from the description of that place, would we think it's in maybe the general vicinity of where the masters would be, or maybe where they heal people or receive their tribute?
So the elf had said that the place that they go, kind of the pilgrimage to redeem themselves, and described where it was. For those of you guys that when you came in on the came into Chult, originally you saw this huge ruined city. That looks to be roughly where the guy was talking about it. That is a sacred site for the masters. While there might not be masters there, there is some sort of understanding that the masters have a connection to that place. You can get there by going around the coast and going on in canoes, or you can walk through the elf said the swamplands between where you guys are and the ruins themselves.
Well,
So as you guys finish making your canoe, kind of talk about what to do next. You see Dakshin has made his way out of his house, and he's taken a rope and wrapped it around his neck to hold the collar on, even though it is broken.
that is less things he could be doing with a rope around his neck, so I guess that's positive.
So what is your guys' plan?
Go has no plan. He's just gonna follow whatever the rest of the group wants.
To the ruins, I guess. I don't know.
It's up to you guys. And
I'm not...
like, this is very much, you guys decided we want to go do a thing, and I am saying yes, you guys can go and do a thing, but you want to go do a thing, you need to tell me what you guys want to go do. So this is very much on you for you guys.
How do we do a thing?
I believe the original plan was to try and duplicate the tribute thing. So push off for a while, and I suspect we will find that nothing happens. But we should probably just try that first, since that was the original, our air quotes, plan here.
So you push off away in the canoe, kind of float into the middle of the bay. The water is very calm. It's very crystal clear, kind of white sand beaches, that sort of stuff. It's very pleasant, but very boring, as nothing seems to happen. And as you get back towards the shore, you see there is writing in Elven on the shore that the elf is not going to talk to you directly, but he goes and writes with a stick on the ground, and sort of leaves it there in Elven, and says, the time for the tribute will be in 3 weeks.
Shiva relays that information. She, everyone knows about the encounter that Shiva had with the elf, but Shiva mentioned that he wasn't born like these other people on the island. He kind of came about to be an island for some reason, but he will treat us slightly different than the other people, but I don't think he's willing to help us too much. So you can see from the lettering in the sand, the other villagers probably won't recognize that, but he's given us a message. So the waiting for the tribute may not be beneficial for us. We may have to find other means to find the masters.
Once translated, I wipe away the message so there's no evidence that he helped us.
Okay. So what now?
I'm just gonna look at everyone else.
Got a whole party of people that are fighters and people that poke people with sticks.
Yeah. caveman convention.
I mean, I have no
So-
problem sitting here and listening to you guys awkwardly not saying anything, but eventually someone will come up with an idea to get the game moving forward.
Okay, so things we know right now, right? In 3 weeks is when the tribute's supposed to happen,
Correct.
and what you talked about ruins before. What were the ruins again?
So the ruins
Specifically?
are on the map. They're north. You can either go through the swamplands in order to get to the ruins, or you can, as someone had suggested, take a boat and go around the sort of horn, the little peninsula that sticks out, to go to the ruins that way.
And what's at the ruins as far as we know?
So the only thing you guys know about the ruins is that it is apparently a sacred place for the masters, that when someone on the island does something against the masters, they go there and it's kind of a pilgrimage, and they do some sort of penance where they give something up in order to get back into the favor of the masters. Right. So if you want to go the storyline that kind of says the helping Dakshin redeem himself, then he needs to go to the ruins in order to do something to redeem himself. If you want to go and get in contact with the masters, one of the ways that you might be able to do that would be to try to figure out what connection they have to these ruins, or you could try to go with option C, which is pick something else that you find would be a good way to go after the masters and go after them that way. But right now, you don't have a lot of leads.
Considering that currently our other lead is waiting 3 weeks, and Shiver already tried interrogating the villagers, and everyone else is bad at that. It's we should probably go see if there's any connection we can find there. I don't know. That's my input.
I'm okay with going to the ruins as well.
Shiva was wondering if she examines near where the bonfire was, and like the kind of pieces of the creature that was kind of left behind, is she able to kind of get an idea of maybe, like, while it was existing, she didn't really have an idea what was going on, but is she able to kind of get an idea what it was now that it's in pieces?
If you take enough time with it, you'll get that it is an elemental summon. So it was a creature with a portion of the sort of resilience and health of the person who cast it, but it was cast here on the fire as a way of communicating by proxy with the village.
Okay, so like a fire hologram type of deal.
Right.
Shiva talks to the Bardi and says that it's kind of interesting that the masters haven't shown themselves, physically, that they're kind of communicating or interacting remotely, by way of this elemental summon and the canoe and the tribute. We may need to find a way to to be sneaky and kind of get closer to the masters if we do want to end them. Perhaps we can play nice with villagers. This might compromise their friendship with Dakshin, but perhaps we can lead him to believe that we're going to help him with his redemption. And once we get close enough to the masters or find out where they physically are, we can destroy them or change their ways of doing things.
That speech was towards the party, not towards me, so I have no response to it.
Yep. Shiva is a drow and she's from the Underdark, so she has a bit of knowledge about these kind of kind of cloak and dagger type things, and political stuff between different groups of people.
I think you're potentially alone in that knowledge, so among party members. So go for it, I guess. I'm willing to go along with whatever.
All right, so it sounds like at least non-committally, people are for going to the ruins. The question then becomes: are you going to use the canoe that you guys spent the morning making to go around the horn, or are you going to go straight through the words? I'm bad with words for today. Are you going to go straight through the swamplands to get to the ruins?
Let's just take the canoe.
Made a
I
canoe.
was gonna say canoe seems okay.
All right then. So we got 3 votes for canoe.
Before we go, could I maybe try to do an Arcana check on the fire to see if I could sort of trace back where, I don't know, the proxy thing was coming from?
I will tell you that that will be impossible without some sort of ritual to get the job done, as the all sort of latent energies has been long since gone, as this was last night.
Oh, okay then.
So, yeah, so you guys gather together, I imagine probably in 2 canoes instead of 1 canoe, as, I guess you guys get, do you want to have 2 small canoes or 1 large canoe?
Let's do 2 small canoes, probably.
Okay, so put yourselves in 2 rows. Who's in the canoes? So 3 people per canoe. So I guess this? No. Oh, everyone's moving. Okay, so that looks like Brett, Shivra, and Co in 1 canoe, Booster, Lup, and Red in the other.
Sure.
Yeah. Here, put me in the middle so you guys get defense.
Alright, so the next question is, are you guys taking Duction with you, or are you going without Duction?
I don't think we would take Duction with us because our aim is not to, well, the party's aim is not for Duction to redeem himself, it's to try and track down the masters so we can murderize them.
It would
Okay.
give us an excuse to call them, really.
I'm okay with bringing him.
So again, it's entirely up to you guys whether you bring him or not. I don't want to try to influence him one way or the other, but it definitely sounds like some
would we
people
think
vote
of that?
for bringing and some people vote for not bringing. So again, because people are having a hard time making choices, 1 to bring Duction, 2 to not bring Duction.
Was 1 to bring?
1 brings him, 2 leaves him here.
Thanks.
Okay, so Duction will be with you guys. What canoe is he in? 3, 2, 1.
Top 1.
Roll.
D1.
So he'll be with Brett, Co, and Shiver.
So, you guys head out on the canoe. You make your way around start making your way around the horn. The water here is extremely calm. There's really very, very little tide. The beaches are very pleasant. You know, there's kind of white sand everywhere. The water is crystal clear. Everything here is very, very easy to move along, even though you guys are not necessarily very well versed in moving in canoes, and you might have to fashion rudimentary paddles. It's not going to be tough to move along through the water. It's very simple and straightforward. So you guys paddle your way out and around the horn. It is a pretty good distance going out around the horn. After about 2-3 hours, you see that the sort of beaches give way to cliff sides. And you can see that there are little pockmarks all along the sides of the cliff face that look to be cracks. And then inside of those cracks, you see these little sort of scorch marks that are all along the sides of the cliff face going up to the top of the horn, the peninsula that sticks out a little bit. So as you guys are from the bottom of the cliff face, the cliffs are about 40 feet up. You can see there are these big sort of rens, like someone pressed down really hard on the top of the cliff and caused a bunch of cracks and fissures to open up in the cliff itself. As you get close to the cliffs, Dakshin completely shuts down. He's very quiet. He doesn't really talk very much before this, but he looks like he doesn't want to even look towards the cliff faces, and he takes his head and puts his head between his knees and starts whispering very quietly prayer, like a prayer almost in Draconian. Draconic. Talking about how the Masters will protect us from the storms, and the Masters are good, the Masters are great. We owe our lives, owe everything we are to the Masters. So, do you guys, what's the plan? Just keep going along down the pathway to keep hooking around the horn?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. So as you guys go around towards the the edge of the peninsula, you can see that the water here is getting a little bit. This little bay area that the village was in, was protected from like the streams and that sort of stuff, or the movement, the currents. There we go. There's a word I'm looking for. From the currents of the open ocean, and as you get towards the edge of this sort of peninsula that sticks out, you can see that the waters around here look a little bit different. They're darker colored. As you get closer to coming around on the north side of this area, it becomes much more hard to move the canoes around. It's not impossible, but it is going to get to the point where it's going to start exhausting you and taking checks to continue moving along, even along the coastlines, because the water is starting to crash up against the cliffs, and if you need to move a little bit out into the ocean to make sure that you don't get thrown against the cliffs and have your canoe destroyed or capsized. And out in the ocean a little bit more, you get this feeling that the current is much more strong. It's kind of pulling away at you. So you guys are already in initiative order, so I'll keep you guys the way that you are, although I'm going to flip it around to make my life a little easier. And I think what I'm going to do is keep you guys on 2 different canoes. Like that makes so I can just see people's stuff a little bit more. So who's in the lead canoe as the question?
Probably the people number 1.
Okay. So canoe 1 is the lead canoe. The purpose of this challenge is to continue moving forward, continue moving along the coast without crashing the canoe against the rocks. So when I ask you about what you guys are doing, the goal of the challenge is to not crash, not to get destroyed, and to continue moving forward. So whatever you do is to help with the process of continuing forward to go towards where the ruins are. Booster, you're up first. So what are you doing to try to keep the canoe moving forward and not get swamped over or smashed against the rocks?
I guess I'll sort of have him also go into a prayer, but not to the masters, but instead to whoever the sea god in the FR pantheon is.
Okay. So
Melora.
yeah, so like anyone in particular, or?
Sorry, I don't really know the pantheon.
I believe it's Melora.
Sure,
Melora is the domain of life sea in the wilderness.
Okay. So you say a silent prayer to Melora, or a open prayer to Melora?
I'll make it an open prayer, I guess. He needed another god anyways since Zehanin died.
Okay.
Rip.
Okay, so 23.
So you kind of bow your head in prayer, calling out to the seas to be calm, the seas to be clear. You start to see that some of the eddies around you are, so the water kind of goes and slams up against the cliff faces and sort of comes out, and the backwash from hitting the cliffs pushes you a little bit further out into sea. It makes it a little bit easier to keep moving forward, although you get the strong suspicion that if you get too far away, that you're not going to be able to control it, and you might be getting out into more of the open ocean. So that is 1 success for canoe number 2. Lup, you're next.
Okay, so Lup isn't very good at getting things in direction, though he doesn't tire very easily. So essentially, he's going to be the engine of this canoe, and he's just going to paddle as long as it takes and put his crazy good endurance to the test.
Okay. So you keep digging in, using your makeshift paddle to keep moving forward, and are able to keep the canoe moving the direction that you need to get it moving. Red, you're the last person from canoe number 2.
I'd like to try and use since I'm a Storm Soul Genasi, I'd like to, with Mark of Storm, I'd like to try and wrangle the winds a bit in the current to try and keep us on course.
Okay.
Which I'd probably do the same way Ishtar does with.
So it's going to be a nature check, probably?
Can do nature, yeah. Or I can roll poorly, but that's okay too.
So you think you have an idea of exactly what you need to do. You can see how much the other canoe is sort of struggling, trying to fight against the current in the deeper water, and you're thinking, oh well, if we move a little bit closer to the shore, it might have to deal with that current less. And you see the tail end of the canoe sort of get pulled towards the water, and you see that the first canoe is moving quite quickly to being smashed against the rocks as you get a little bit too close to the surf. Shiver, you're up. Oh, nope, sorry, that was Shiver. Brett, you're up.
I'm gonna
Oh,
use
that was
athletics to paddle and try to keep the boat stable while paddling.
Okay.
Shiva recognizes that balance can play a key factor in keeping these canoes upright. She's going to use her acrobatics to just kind of learn where the balance point is, so it doesn't tip over too much either to the left or the right side, and also help to reposition people to better stabilize the canoe on the journey.
Okay. Good. So you help kind of navigate the first canoe more out into that sort of sweet spot, not too close to the surf, not too far into the open ocean where you're getting hit with the current. Ko, looks like you were last, correct?
Sure. So Brett has been maneuvering the canoe in short bursts to make sure we're in the correct current. He's getting tired, so Cole will take over the oar once in a while, and he'll provide the sustained forward movement while Brett provides the burst to make sure we're going the general right direction. So I like to roll endurance.
So if anyone's actually been canoeing before, that means that Brett's the front of the canoe and you are the back of the canoe.
I have not been canoeing. I'm just making sure.
If you canoe or raft or anything like that, the person who's in the front of the canoe is job for steering more than the person in the back, and the person in the back is just giving sort of steady rhythm.
It's a thrust, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Reverse for like rapids, but still. So you keep digging in. You kind of give a steady sort of thrust that continues moving forward, and you're able to make your way past the part on the tip of the horn where it's the most deadly, where it was getting these big waves smashing against the rocks. You make it past there, and you can see that the northern shore is much more harsh looking than the shore that you guys were from previously. There's big rocks and things like that, and as you're moving along the side of the cliff faces, you can see the cliffs here look similar to what they look like on the other side of the horn, where are these big kind of rends, these cuts in the stone that are broken apart, and seem to have places again like a giant hand smash the top of the plateau, and you can see sort of the remnants of the fractures of the stone as you move along, as well as big pieces of stone that seem to be sort of sunken in the water and laying kind of scattered all around the coast. As you get a little bit closer, as you keep going along the coastline, you can see that there is what seems to be a small building that is halfway underwater that keeps having the waves sort of slosh over it and smash into it. From a distance, it just looks like a stone, but as you get a little bit closer, you can realize that it looks like maybe the second floor, or it looks like it looks like a single floor of a building that sort of tilted onto its side, made it a stone that sunk into the water that looks to be full of cracks and tears and breaks, like it was picked up off of the hill and thrown down here. The building looks to be roughly the same size as all of the buildings in the village combined together into one. So the options here are you guys can either go and investigate the building, or you guys can continue just sort of digging in to get towards where the ruins are. On the handout with the map on it, you guys are just south of where it says the word O and of, so ruins of Mesro. You're kind of making your way towards that little dark patch right next to the peninsula that sticks out. Okay, so looks like we've got 4 votes for investigating the building. So you guys get a little bit closer. Now, this is going to now be two parts towards the skill challenge. The first part is to go and try to investigate, but the building where it's kind of resting in the water is still in some of the harder surf. So part of your efforts is going to have to be to stay put and not get smashed against the rock, and the other part is going to be going to investigate the buildings. So I'll need one success from each canoe to make sure that you maintain yourself where you are, and then whoever else is on the canoe can go and make checks to sort of investigate what's in the canoe. So I'm going to do this rather than in initiative order, although I'm going to sort of keep it in initiative order. I want to know who from each canoe is going to be in charge of holding the canoe where it is and preventing it from smashing against the rocks. So, canoe 2, who's in charge of Red, Booster, and Lup? Who's in charge of making sure the canoe is okay?
Luck could keep it. So, would that be an athletics check, or am I justifying?
You can justify whatever you want. Athletics and endurance are automatic.
All right, I'm a athletics since I enduranced earlier. I'm still pretty sturdy.
Okay.
And the one time I roll low, sorry guys.
So, Red and Booster, you can both tell that, at least for the moment, you can't go and investigate because Lup is having a hard time maintaining the canoe. Which one of you guys wants to help stabilize the canoe?
I will.
Okay.
All athletics.
Use your athletics to stabilize the canoe, alright?
To assist what he's doing.
Okay, so you're able to, Red and Lup are able to kind of get the canoe close to where the building was, or to where the building is, and are able to sort of keep it from smashing against the rocks and keep it from being dragged out to sea. So, Booster, if you want to make some sort of check, if you want to do something with the building, you're able to do so. It is mostly submerged under the water.
I guess I'll have him use Arcana to see if there's any sort of magic coming off of the building.
Okay.
$30.
1 second, I need to check something. So 21 versus your will. I need to know whether that hits, and then I will tell you what's going on.
That hits.
So you kind of reach out your arcane senses to this building to sort of see what it is that's about this building, try to see what's going on with it. As soon as you reach out with your arcane senses, you get blinded with this flash of blue light and this crackling blue lightning that goes and cascades over your body, sending little sparks out into the water around you. It doesn't hurt you at all, but you get this very strong sensation of chaotic energy, of power coming from the remnants of what this building is. And as you sort of sense that area over there, the 33 Arcana, you're going to get that there's a couple things here. One, this was either a magical construct or was part of a mage's like laboratory or something like that. Whatever was here had a very constant source of ritualized energy, had a lot of power that was in this building and around this building for long periods of time, and some of that power is still remaining. There is no active enchantment on the building itself, but it has had so much magic pushed through it that it gives you that sensation of, again, like the portal rooms at the bottom of the guild. So the areas that have ritual magic that happens so often there that it becomes part of the very nature of the building, the very nature of the place itself. And like I said, there is still some stuff, there is still some power down there, but there's no active enchantments going on. So, canoe number 2, who is stabilizing?
I assume canoe number 1, and Cole will hold it.
Yes, sorry, canoe 1. Ko, you expertly get your canoe right where you need it to be and wait, allowing the canoe to kind of wash up against part of the building and stabilize it for the others to be able to do whatever they would like to do to investigate. So that means that Shivra and Brett, you're able to do so.
Can you use perception to inspect the ruins and see if there's anywhere safe to land?
Perception, sure. So you can see that on the far side of the building from where you guys are, there's a spot that the water is sort of smashing against the side of this building, where there was a couple of windows, and you get the sense that if you move the canoes and put the front of the canoes kind of where the windows once were, you might be able to sort of lock them into place, a sort of dock with the part of this building that's sticking up out of the water. Basically, what that will do is it'll prevent you guys from needing to make further checks in order to stabilize the canoe.
Nice.
So, Shivra.
Okay. Is it possible to do maybe another Arcana check to learn more about the nature of this building, or what might have happened to it?
Okay. What would you like to know specifically? So you're using your arcane senses and looking for what?
Well, it's interesting that it's like part of there's elemental chaos connection to it, but she was wondering if maybe there's connection between that and the elemental projection magic that she investigated earlier. And she's curious to know if there's a connection between this arcane construct building and the masters, or perhaps if it belonged to someone else, or maybe some knowledge of the rituals.
So as you get close to the stones, sort of send your senses out to the side, looking for the same sort of feeling of elemental magic that you felt when the fire snake assaulted you guys in the village. You get no sense that there is anything similar to that here, and then the more you kind of focus in on what the magic feels like, it feels like a very different style of magic. So again, what you guys learned from previously investigating the snake and its sort of remnants is that it was sort of wizardly magic, something that is very focused, something that does a specific thing. The magic here does also seem to have a little bit of that, but seems to have a very strong element of talent in it as well. So it's more like a mixture between sorceress and sorcery and wizardry. There is definitely some innate talent, but there's also some like layers of enchantments and things that have been destroyed. As you get closer, you start to sense that there's little bits and pieces of the magic that are around that are floating through the water, sort of disrupting the water in very small ways. And you can see around the edges of this sort of field of magic that covers the building itself, there's weird sort of chaotic energies coming out that don't feel like the astral chaos so much as it feels like something called the spell plague. So what I need for you guys is I need a history check. That could work. So would a streetwise check. You're going to immediately recognize this Shivra, or that this other thing is here, and I want to see how much you guys know about the spell plague. So everyone go ahead and toss me a history or streetwise.
26.
So, Booster, you know that the spell plague was a time in this world where one of the gods of magic died, and the sort of backlash of the god of magic dying caused this crazy amount of chaotic energy to sort of spread throughout the world. It marked certain people and sort of permanently changed other sorts of people. People who are spell scarred have kind of strange innate abilities from this magical source. It has this sort of aura of madness in it as well, although there are ways to use it sort of safely, but safely is something that's in quotation marks, safer than other sorts of people that sort of rub their face around in it, but it's still inherently a little dangerous. And as Shiver is able to sort of see it, you can recognize the lightning that came from you, and the seeing someone else kind of do it from the outside, and you can see the way that the spells react to her. This building very much has spell-plagued energy around it.
I'll convey this information to everyone.
Cool. So you guys have the buildings secured so that you guys don't need to keep worrying, or the canoes secured to the side of the building. What is the goal? What do you guys want from investigating the building? What are you guys looking for in particular?
Well, I guess if we investigate the building, then maybe we can find some sort of way to turn the storm off.
Okay. To be clear, there's no storm going on. It's just rougher waters.
I'd like to see if there's anything of historical significance or figure out what this building is or what it's for, something like that.
Okay.
Cole is just gonna look for any signs of fire snakes and things like that.
Okay. So you guys can tell that if you want to look at physical sort of what's going on with the building, you're going to have to get out of the canoes and get into the water because, again, most of the building is submerged. And what you can see is right up against the shore is kind of in that surf, in the foam of the water hitting the side of the cliff. You guys can get out of the canoes without too much danger, but there's not a lot that you guys can see of the building without kind of going under the water and going to look. So I'm going to go ahead and say the frog is going first, as well. I'm not really going to need to do a lot of stuff to ask the frog if he can swim. So
Actually, I mean, mechanically speaking, bullywugs don't get anything that says they can swim. Just
yeah,
saying.
I know. Mechanically speaking, no. Storyline-wise, you're a frog. You can swim.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm a frog. I can swim. I look to the party and be like, "Lup will look for signs of the masters or other useful things," and then just disappear under the water.
So as soon as you go underneath the water, you can see on the building itself, there's a lot of ornamentation, things like that. Looks like there's a little bit of wear and tear from it being in the water, and you see cracks all along the side of the building where it slammed into the ground. It does look like it was dropped here. The other thing that you'll notice is that on the back end of the building, the part that's right down near the mud at the base, there is a creature that's sort of sitting on top of the building, but is also connected to the building itself. It looks like it's got a couple of its legs that go through the roof of the building and is crouched down. There is what looks to be a scorpion that's made of either some sort of stone or metal that is roughly the size of a wagon that is perched on the bottom of the building, and it looks up at you as you swim down under the water.
Oh, it's alive.
Alive is a strong term.
It's what's the word I'm looking for? Animate. That's the word I'm looking for.
It is animate.
So Lup's kind of his eyes are gonna widen as he realizes that what he thought was a scorpion-esque monster statue looks at him. He's gonna realize it moves, and he's gonna quickly try to swim towards the surface of the water to let the party know there's something coming.
So, as you swim up from the water, you guys pop up and say that there's a scorpion. And about the time that that word gets out of your mouth, you see out of the surf, a little bit away from where you guys are docked, the tail, the curved tail of a scorpion that looks to be made out of some sort of shiny metal with bits and pieces of stone moved into it. It's got arcane runes that are covered around all over the stinger. Rises up out of the water, kind of like a shark's fin. And then you see the scorpion sort of clamber up out of the water onto the side of the cliff and stare down at you. With a better look at it, it's again the size of a wagon. It seems to be made of metal and stone, and is watching you, making weird little chirping sounds. And you see little bits of blue lightning arcing over its carapace. It doesn't seem to be attacking you, but it is very much sitting in a defensive posture, about 15 feet away from you guys, holding on sideways to the wall.
Gonna keep one eye on it, and then just gonna glance at Shivra.
So essentially, we have lightning scarner. Nice.
So I'm gonna put Lup first, and then I'm gonna hit next. So Booster, what are you doing during all of this?
AL8. I didn't think of anything yet.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to Red as the last person in the second canoe.
So are we secure in our canoe?
Yeah, so you guys have secured the canoe in the windows of the building.
Well, I'd like to insight the scorpion and see what exactly if I can figure out what exactly its intentions are.
Okay.
I guess.
You can tell that the scorpion is obviously a construct of some kind. And the way that it's sort of jittering, like it's kind of like skidding back and forth. You've seen a couple of constructs that all constructs follow a series of instructions. If you confuse a construct by giving it like things that are mutually exclusive to how its instructions function, it sort of gyrates and kind of moves around and doesn't really function very well. And that's what this thing looks like. It looks like it's got two conflicting um, instructions, and it's having a hard time dealing with it. And so it'll take a couple of steps forward, it'll take a couple of steps back, and it seems to be moving a little bit up the wall and then back down into the water and then back up the wall. So the contract appears confused and very defensive. Does not seem to be overtly hostile.
I communicate. I don't think I have anything else to do.
Okay. Booster, do you have any ideas?
Okay, so it's being roughly controlled by the runes that are on it, right?
Seems to be, or at least animated by the runes that are on it.
Okay, I guess I'd like to try to use Arcana to try and figure out what each of them is doing, and if possible, try to disable one of them that's giving conflicting instructions.
Okay. So Arcana, you can tell there's a couple of things there. One, you have no idea what language the runes are written in. But what you can tell is that there's two sets of runes that start to flash. When it goes down the hill, when it goes down the side of the cliff face, sorry, one of the sets of runes flashes, and then when it goes back up, a different set of runes flashes. So it's got one set of runes that seem to be trying to basically take prominence and get it to go up the cliff, and then it has another set of runes that seem to be trying to take prominence and going down the cliff.
I'd like to try to disable the one that's making it go up then.
Okay. That will
Do I
be
have
a separate check, so you're welcome to do that if you'd like to.
Okay. I mean, I guess Arcana's basically the only thing that makes sense here then.
Arcana is automatic. You could also use Dungeoneering for interacting with magical items and creatures. But a 23 Arcana, you send out a little bit of power, and it kind of washes over. It doesn't really remove the runes that are causing it to go up the hill, but it seems to suppress them for long enough that the creature is able to make a decision. And the creature skitters down the wall, and then goes to the edge of sort of the building itself, and you can see its pincers are snapping back and forth as its tail is waving back and forth very threateningly, like it's telling you to leave, like telling you to go away. It's warning you for being next to the house. You get the strong sensation that if you guys don't do something, it's going to attack you. Shiva, you're up.
Shiva's intrigued. She's thinking of all the possibilities of what this thing can be used for, especially the way it's able to move so easily. At the very least, it can be used as a very expensive animated elevator. She's like to do Arcana to maybe disable its defense protocol to see her and her allies as friendlies so that it won't attack her.
Okay. So you send a little bit more energy towards it, trying to figure out roughly what those runes do to try to see if there's something that's based around what sort of things you're supposed to be doing with it. But the fact that you don't know what the runes say is going to make this pretty much impossible, and instead is going to leave it up to luck to see which ones you power and which ones you turn off. Okay, so the scorpion lashes out towards you and immediately skitters forward to attack.
Rip.
So I'm going to do something in just 1 second. What I'm going to ask you guys is for a couple of minutes break. I'm going to pull up a map for this and make a token real quick, and then we'll be back at the top of the hour. So go ahead and get water and anything else, and then we're going to be going into initiative order.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm looking
all
now.
You guys back?
I am. Sure.
I'm back.
Yeah, hit 1 in chat if you're back. I think it's at least 4 people are back. So who are we missing? One, two, three, four, five. Let's see. Lup, Co, Brett, Red, Shivra. Looks like we're missing Booster. Booster, you there? Clearly. Alright, well, it's 2 minutes past when you guys will be back, so I'm going to go ahead and keep going. This is going to be a little awkward since I just sort of made this up on the fly, so let's go ahead and do this. So the yellow boxes are the canoes. Any questions about the map, you guys? Can you see everything?
Yep.
Yeah, can see everything.
Excellent. Initiative, please.
Wait, are there 2 scorpions?
No, he has an instinctive action.
Okay. All right.
So you guys now have the rules for fighting in the water. And Shiver, you're up first.
Okay. Based on, I guess, just knowledge that Shiver has on constructs and the behavior that the scorpions having, would you have an idea of, whether this thing would need a control word, or whether you'd need some sort of like emblem or artifact to control it, or possibly just knowledge of the runes?
So this
Gary, I
creature,
apologize. I was reading the handout. I didn't call this. I have the cipher feature to move my speed before a combat starts. How would that work with this water thing going on?
so the same thing. You'd make a check, athletics check, and then you'd be able to swim based on your athletics check.
Nice. I can't.
Cool. But you do not sink. So you can get that. This creature definitely seems to be a automated construct, so it is programmed to act a certain way, and there's probably some sort of either password, passcode, an item that you can carry that the creature will ignore you or serve you, that sort of stuff. But without being able to read the runes, you're not going to really have a good way of being able to decipher how this creature determines what is friend and what is foe.
Okay. Being in the canoe, do we have an idea how stable the canoe would be to like launch ranged
For this,
attacks or spells?
for the sake of ease, the canoe is just like fighting on dry land.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and use excise from sight on it, range 10.
Okay. Alright, 17 versus Will. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure that misses. That does miss. Give me just 1 second. So you see the scorpion skin kind of flash with blue fire as it starts to arc and spin. You see the spell that you throw into it gets sort of rebounded as this powerful wave of blue fire washes over the scorpion. So repeat the attack, but on yourself.
Okay. Is it the same 17 versus Will?
Nope, you need to repeat the attack. So
Sure thing.
so 23 versus Will.
Okay. So I'll take the damage, and I guess, is the Thundering Wind Scorpion now invisible to me? Or invisible to...
You are invisible to yourself.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
That has got to be really weird.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and end my turn.
Okay. Ko, you're up.
Going to move forward one, tell Dakshin to get down, and then I'm going to try and jump to here.
Okay. So give me an athletics check, please.
Yep, that should be fine.
Easily get there.
And then I am going to attack it.
Okay. 19 versus AC, unfortunately, not going to hit.
Yep, and for my minor, I'm going to mark it and gain resist 2. Feel free to override the mark, by the way, I don't really mind. And that will be my turn.
Ko, you're up. I put your mark as red.
Yep. And that, by which
What?
you mean red, your turn is up.
Yeah, also that's a terrible thing. I'm going to make... Your mark is blue, because red's mark should be red.
Okay.
That's correct.
Go ahead, Red.
Do you athletics checks to jump, or is it only acrobatics?
It is
I'm
only
confused
athletics.
by. Okay, I'm confused by it being different in other editions that I've been playing. Okay, so athletics check to jump. I can't. I don't. I guess I can't get a running start, can I?
You can, but you'll have to make the jump from here.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You got to clear 3 squares of the running start. So, do you have a movement speed of 6?
I do.
Okay, so you can make it to there.
Okay. I'll jump there and I'm gonna hit this bug thing with a footwork lore. And roll terribly.
Does not connect.
2s are good. I guess that's my turn.
Okay, so it's my turn now. You see the creature's carapace light up. Little bits of lightning kind of course through the creature's body and start to lash into the stone underneath its feet. You hear this howling wind as the cracks that are open in the side of the cliff start to whistle and howl with wind that is buffeting the side of the area as creatures start to form out of the surf. Oops, sorry. Go back to the GM layer, you.
I sent it you to the GM layer.
Alright, now 2 of my Windstalkers get to go. So this Windstalker is going to come up and smack against Ko. You see this huge howling sort of hurricane of very powerful winds is covering and concealing the stalkers. As he goes forward to attack you, you are now in an aura. He's going to swing at you for 29 versus AC.
29 will hit.
So you take 6 points of damage, and he's going to slide you to here. This one's going to come up and swing at Brett. 23 AC.
That misses.
Okay. Booster, you're up. Oops. That was unintentional. But you can tell that the Windstalkers are very resistant to damage. Booster, your turn. Hit the wrong button.
Is Booster AFK again?
I'm here. Okay, does it cost any movement to just sort of jump into the water? Like, say here? Yeah, wrong button. Here?
It will not take extra movement to hop into the water. So that will still take you a movement of 3 to get to here.
I'll head over there and I'll mark and curse it with my Aegis and my curse.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Alright, Windstalker. Let's see, 16. He's over here. Come up to red, swing at you. 22 versus AC on red.
22 will hit.
So 6 points of damage, and he's going to slide you to here. He's actually going to attempt to slide you into the water. So would you give me a saving throw, please?
Yep.
So you can either choose to go into the water, or you can choose to fall prone.
How hard is it to climb out of the water? The DC.
Doesn't look like it's going to be difficult to climb out of the water. However, you get the impression that the squares that are directly next to the cliff face, being in those squares and getting smashed against the rocks is going to be somewhat painful.
I guess I'll just fall prone then.
Okay. Lup, you're up.
Alright. I will move, or I will attempt to move. I should probably roll athletics first. Hey, I can move. I'm going to move. Doesn't quite work when I'm holding control to do that. So I'm going to move to there, and then I'm going to Nightmare Vortex on the Scorpion.
Okay.
And this is my first turn. Superior Reflex gives me advantage. 25 versus AC. Doubtful.
25 versus AC will hit.
Oh, cool. So he takes the 13 lightning, and I'm gonna... Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I'm gonna knock him prone, and he won't slide from either of the effects. And
so
then...
you strike into him, and he seems to ignore all of the damage you just dealt to him.
Oh crap!
As you hit him with lightning, he conducts the lightning into the ground, and you hear the winds howl stronger.
Well, that's not good. Okay, free action. Switch my weapon back to normal damage, so damage calculations are still the same, just take the lightning keyword out.
Okay.
And then, does that mean, oh, I can't knock it prone anymore? Because, oh, that sucks. Alright. And then I'm going to action point, and I'm going to Living Fortress on it.
Alright.
30 versus AC for 16 regular damage flavor damage.
When you smacked up against it, it seemed to be still conducting some of the power of your blow into the ground around it. You get the sensation that the connection that it has with the winds and the howling area around here is giving it more strength. So you become aware of a trait.
Okay, so it wasn't just the lightning damage then, it's resisting everything.
The lightning it seemed to ignore specifically.
Okay, so I found out it's lightning immune then.
Either that or it has more lightning resistance than you dealt to it.
Fair enough, and I only dealt 13, so I'm probably not going to deal much more than that. Okay, well, either way, 2 effects kick on. I now have a swirling psionic vortex of nightmare-inducing images that are swirling about me and cause enemies to flee towards me, and I am now augmenting my own physical body with psionic energies to provide cover for myself and allies.
Okay.
And as a minor action, I'm going to throw out Battle Mind's Demand, augment 1, and I'm going to augment the Scorpion, and override Kozmark, and I'm going to grab the Windstalker next to Red.
Okay.
And that is everything Lup can do.
Brett, you're up. You begin your turn. Make a saving throw,
Make a save?
please.
Oh, right, because of the slide.
Okay. You may either choose to slide into the water, or you may choose to fall prone in the square you're in.
I'll choose to fall prone.
Okay. Carry on with your turn.
So I get up. And I'll attack the Windstalker. Actually, first thing I'm going to use Market Vigilante, activate Market Vigilante as a minor. And then attack the Windstalker next to me with Riposte Strike.
Okay. So that will be enough to hit it, and it dies.
Ah, these guys must be minions or something. Huh, wish I knew. My turn ends because I used all my actions.
Scorpion. The Scorpion chitters a
He
little
starts
bit.
his turn.
Starts his turn, and go ahead.
I'm gonna slide him 1 to the left. I guess it doesn't really matter, but there we go.
So move action to stand up. The thing is going to raise its sort of mandibles up a little bit, and then clap them together really hard as a concussive wave of force comes out. The targets are going to be Brett, Shivra, and Lup. So Brett, 25
Alright.
reflex, Shivra, 16 reflex, and Lup, 32 reflex.
Okay, question. How does that work if I wanted to lightning rush that?
The lightning rush would move where the blast is. So if you were able to get to where they were not included in the blast, I would have to move the blast somewhere else.
Okay, which doesn't look like I consider it's a close blast 10. Oh wait, I'm thinking burst. Yeah, why not? I'll lightning rush that.
Okay. Where are you going?
Good question. Oh, I should probably athletics to see if I can move first, shouldn't I? Sweet. Okay. Alright, so is this square still considered water? Because it was like half land, half water.
It's in the water,
By the
yes.
map. Okay, so that's 1, 2. 6 to there. I'll provoke from the Scorpion and one of the Windstalkers next to red.
It's the Scorpion's turn.
Oh, right. So I'm going to provoke from the Windstalker I moved past red.
Okay. So it's gonna miss you.
It will miss me. So now close blast 10 centered on me. Or no, yeah, I have to hit that first.
Yep, you have to hit him first.
Haha, 24 versus AC.
24 AC does hit.
Yes! 15 normal damage, flavor damage.
So that means the only target is you for 25 versus reflex.
Which is a miss.
Alright then. So it goes, clacks, misses. So you take 12 points of thunder damage.
That would be 2, because I have the Stormwalker's Cloak, which gives me 10 thunder automatically.
The creature, sort of seeing that it's being moved around, makes a big chittering sound, action points. And is going to try to destroy the frog. So 28 AC and 23 AC.
I'm gonna
Okay, hold on. There was
interrupt
an
that.
echo there. I didn't hear all that.
28 AC and 23 AC is what's coming at you. Someone else want to
Okay.
react to it?
Did any of those hit?
No, they both miss.
Well, never mind then.
Alright, Scorpion ends his turn. Stalker. Gonna come up and strike at Booster. So 23 AC on Booster. Han, are you there?
Sorry. Hit. Yeah.
6 points of damage. He's gonna slide you to... I'll slide you to there. Number 10. He is going to move up to here. He'll move around to the other side and swing at Ko. 26 AC.
That will hit.
Saving throw, please. So you get pushed into the water. And the one that is around Booster is going to strike at Booster again. 18 versus AC.
Miss.
Okay. Shivra, you're up.
All right. She was gonna do a blast. It's gonna be affecting those 3 creatures.
Okay.
The blast called Dazzling Flash. She's gonna empower it with her minor action, and here it is.
So the 21 on the Windstalker, right?
Yes.
21 versus Reflex on the Windstalker will hit. 16 on the Scorpion will miss. And 22 on the Windstalker will hit.
Okay. Do they just kind of go pop? Okay. Excellent. I guess she'll go at an action point and throw Chaos Bolt at the Windstalker down below.
Okay.
How does 16 versus Will look?
16 versus Will looks like a miss, unfortunately.
Okay, and she'll end.
Oh, question. Is there a source of wind or something that's apparent at all?
So you can see the wind is howling through those big cracks and rents in the side of the mountain, or the side of the plateau. That seems to be whipping the water up into this heavy froth that the Windstalkers are rising out of.
Okay.
And if you ask a question, mute your mic.
What was that, Gary? Blooper's mic for some reason was drowning yours out.
So the big cracks in the side of the mountain, or the side of the plateau, is where the wind is howling out of, and the wind is howling out of the cracks and whipping up the water into a froth, and the windstalkers are rising up out of the froth to attack you. So if you want to interact with it, if you want to try to stop the winds, you could either interact with the cracks in the wall, you could try to get the magic to stop animating things from the water. You can do what you want to do to try to get the winds to die down. But the key thing is to be creative. So it is Red's turn. So you begin your turn. You are prone. Saving throw, please.
Nope.
You go into the water.
Sure. Am I prone in the water?
Yes, you're prone in the water.
Alright, I'll stand up.
Okay.
As a miner with acro boots.
Okay.
I will hit this minion beside me with footwork blow.
Okay.
Or I'll continue to roll twos.
You will unfortunately miss.
Woo twos. So I guess I'll use I'll use my move action to shift back up here if I can.
You need to give me a check. You should see the aquatic handout. Aquatic combat handout. So you need a 15 plus.
Got it.
Which is good. So yeah, you can shift out.
Okay, so I'll shift back up there. Then I'm done.
Ko, you're up.
Okay, first it's the. Alright, first is the athletics for swimming.
So first,
That'll be fun.
actually, you're in the surf right next to the side, and so it is going to bash you against the rocks. So 27 versus Fort.
That will hit.
For 10 points of damage as you're smashed against the rocks. And then you expertly master that athletics check, so you're not going to be having a problem swimming this round. So go ahead.
Alright, I'm going to try and get up onto the boat.
Okay.
And I'm going to use Dragon Fear.
So 17 on the Scarab is going to miss. 20 on the Windstalkers is going to hit. 15 is going to miss. 11 is going to miss, and 20 is going to hit.
Yep, so I'm going to hit one of them, that's fine. And then I'm going to use Rain of Blows because I reach on the Scorpion.
Okay. Well, the crit's nice.
So 24 for the crit. I assume the 15 will miss. That's a 27 hit.
The 27 hits, but you
Alright,
see the
40s.
weapon glance off of his armor and not penetrate at all.
Fair enough. And that's move minus standard. That will be my turn.
So the Scorpion continues to make its chittering sound. As the areas where you saw the stalkers being struck down foam over as they rise back from the surf. It's not a scarab in this one, but sorry. So try to think how he wants to do this. He is going to jump here, and then he's going to Thunderburst. So Lup, Red, and Co are the targets. So Lup 17, Red 21, and Co 23. So it launches itself up the cliff, latches back onto the cliff, and then sends a wave of thunder down. If you got hit, you take 24 points of thunder damage. If you got missed, you take 12 points of thunder damage. Stalker's turn. Stalker will run out towards the person who's on the canoe and try to knock you off. 29 versus your AC. So 6 damage, and saving throw to not get thrown out of the canoe. You are thrown out of the canoe. Other stalker that's down here, who's got the -2 to hit, is going to fly over to Co and swing at Co. So it's going to be a 15 versus AC, which will miss. Or 17 versus AC, because -2 + 2. And Booster, you're up.
Okay. I'll use my move action to use.
Okay.
And then I'll use an encounter power, Argent Rain, centered on here.
Okay.
Uh, 25 and 12.
Is that... It does not say whether that targets enemies or creatures. Or at least, if it does, I don't see it.
I'll go check that right now. Sorry.
I think it's creatures.
Yeah, it's creatures.
So do you... so Co has to give you permission for you to hit him with it. So Co, are you alright with him blasting you?
Where is it?
I'm okay with it.
Go again?
Co's here. So 25 is going to hit, 12 is going to miss, 24 is going to hit.
Okay, that works.
Oh, hey, we missed.
I can't see his token for some reason. Was it on top of something or? Right.
It's right there.
It should be right there. It is slightly hard to see because of all the shenanigans going on.
All right, I'm refreshing Roll20 right now.
So you move. You have a minor action you'd like to take?
It's still
refresh
reloading.
Roll20.
Alright, a stalker will smack at Red. And miss. Lup, you're up.
Alright, I'm going to provoke as I psionic ambush so he can make his attack against me.
Okay. He misses.
That's a miss. I'm going to teleport down here next to Red. And then I will... I didn't quite think all that way through. I guess I'll conduct a defense on the Scorpion. Which will be a 27 for 9 actual lightning damage. I can't turn that one off.
Okay.
But since I did deal lightning damage, I'm gonna knock him prone.
I mean, it's a minion, so...
No, the Scorpion.
Oh, you're hitting the Scorpion.
Yes.
Why not hit the minion there?
I guess. I mean, I don't know.
So the Scorpion's prone.
Yeah, that'll work. I mean, the minion... I don't know. It's whatever at this point. That'll be Lup.
Alright, Brett, you're up.
Oh my god, these Windstalkers keep coming up next to me.
So,
I'm gonna...
saving throw.
Yeah, saving throw.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
And gargle, gargle. Gonna try to swim back up onto the boat. So athletics check.
Okay.
Is that a success or?
Yes.
It still says that, so you do not have to roll because you have a plus 14 athletics.
Oh, cool! I auto passed that. Cool. Then I'm gonna move back up to the boat.
Okay.
And smack Windstock next to me with a riposte strike.
Okay. You hit it, and it goes away. Anything else?
Hooray! And I have a minor action still, except I don't have any actions left I can take, so I'm just gonna end my turn.
Alright, Scarab stands up. And he is going to summon a big burst of wind. Let's see. Looks to be the best place to summon it is going to be here in the middle. One second. There. So he's going to stand up and he's going to provoke an attack of opportunity from Lup.
Okay. I will. Can I take free actions when it's not my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a free action. Turn on my lightning weapon, so it's going to deal lightning damage again.
Okay.
And then I'm going to augment 1 my Twisted Eye for a 20 versus AC.
Which misses.
Dang it.
And then he's going to burst 2, like so. 21 versus Ko, 28 versus Red, and 28 versus Lup. So you guys take 21 points of thunder damage.
Does it hit the stalker?
The stalker seems to be immune from the thunder damage.
Oh.
It vibrates its way straight through its like a foamy exterior. Let's see. Scorpion still marked. Scorpion doesn't really like, or the Scorpion doesn't really like being marked. But you know, whatever. He's gonna action point and swing at Lup.
Double ow.
Does that hit?
Do they both deal 18? I'm only seeing 1 damage roll there.
No.
I'm gonna interrupt that with Dimensional Vortex.
Okay. That is going to miss.
Damn.
That's fine. So 18 and 15 thunder apiece. I reduced by 10 apiece, so 13 total damage.
Who was it that used Dimensional Vortex?
I did.
Whose eye?
Booster. Booster did,
okay.
sorry.
Because you need to put yourself back into talking in character when you get a chance.
Huh?
You need to be talking in character when you get a chance.
Your chat box is displaying as high.
Yeah,
fine.
sorry, that
So,
happened when I was
33 and 33 for 33 points of damage.
Yes, which 33 and 33, 18 and 15 to resist 10 thunder each, 5 and 8. Yes, 13 took it. Good.
Stalker doesn't exist. Stalker over here exists. Ko is unconscious, right?
That is correct.
He's gonna fly in and try to whack hold of Red. Miss. Other Stalker. Fly in and whack on Booster. 22 versus AC on Booster. I couldn't tell if you said hit or miss, so...
Sorry, that one's cursed by me, so it misses.
Okay. And Shivra, you're up, back at the top of the round as the wind continues to howl.
Yep, Shiver's gonna move forward, grab onto Ko, and pull him onto the canoe.
Okay.
And can you describe the like the wind, like the path of the wind, where it's coming down from the cliff?
So, here, I'll do this real quick. So you can see along the side of the cliff. See those little wavy lines?
Yep.
Those are these huge cracks that are like 30, 40, 50 feet long in the side of the cliff face that are having this incredibly loud howling wind that's coming out of it. And then when that wind gets down to the water, it strikes the surf and then starts to pick up this big kind of foam that the windstalkers are being spawned out of. So the cracks are on the side of this, because again, it looks kind of flat, but this is three-dimensional. There's a very heavy incline that you guys are on,
Right.
where the winds are coming out.
Okay. Let's see.
They've used a move and a minor action.
I'm gonna try to use acid orb to. I'm gonna throw it into the crack and try to melt the rock to kind of create like a fissure to kind of seal it closed.
Okay, so you can give me an Arcana check if you'd like. So you throw the orb and it kind of just it goes into the cracks, and then you see it. You don't really see it splash anything, as the cracks seem to be quite deep. It doesn't really seem to have done anything. You didn't miss the broadside of the cliff, but it does not seem to have done anything.
Okay.
So that is it, unless you want an action point, but I think you are the one that has already action pointed. So, Red, you're up.
I would like to delay until after love.
Okay. So you're gonna get moved first, and then go to delay. Ko, you're up.
Is that a save effect?
Sorry.
What
I
is save
s-
effect? Oh,
I
yes,
was
it is. You need to make a
I
save.
try my best not to not die. I succeed in not dying more.
The Scorpion is going to call on the winds again. And it already used Blast, so it has to use Burst. Or it already used Burst, so it has to use Blast. So it is going to Blast, looking for Booster, Lup, and Red as its 3 targets. So that is going to be Lup, that is going to be 29, Red, that is going to be a crit, and then Booster, that is going to be 17.
Alright, I would like to... Crap, this is gonna kind of ruin my plan. I'm a lightning rush, and I'm gonna move. There.
You're going to get missed by the Windstalker, and then move there, and if you hit, it'll direct it towards you.
23 versus AC is a miss, isn't it?
23 versus AC is a hit.
Woo!
And it is lightning damage, correct?
Not with that one. No, that is... Oh, yeah, it is, because I'm gonna turn it off. Yeah.
I mean,
I'll go ahead and knock him.
If you wanted to turn it off, then you can turn it off. But if you
Oh,
want
yeah,
to knock
forgot.
him prone,
Free action. Duh. Yes, I will turn it off, but I can't knock him prone or anything. Yes.
Okay.
Turn off the lightning damage, 17 damage.
so you see it take a little nick in his armor as you deal 2 to it, and then it turns to you in 29 versus your reflex.
Which is still a hit. Oh, wait. Yes. Yes, it is.
23 points of damage.
.23 thunder damage, right?
23 thunder, correct. So come up and swing at Red. 28 for 6.
Say, if he's down, I may as well.
Brett, 20 for 6.
That misses.
Booster, you're up. Saving throw, please. So you can either be prone in your square, or you can slide into the water.
I'll go prone.
Okay. Begin your turn.
I'll stand up, and I'll use my daily tyrannical threat
Okay.
That hits the Scorpion.
So
This guy,
21
this guy, I
versus
think,
Will.
or yeah.
21 versus Will is going to connect. The 17 versus Will is going to connect. 24, 27, all hits.
Okay, so I guess that should pop the minions and put a curse on the Scorpion.
And so you did 13 points of psychic damage. It ignores it.
Okay, and I'll put a curse on the Scorpion.
Yep.
And that'll be my turn.
Lup, you're up.
Alright, Lup is going to, as a move action, provoke from the Scorpion once again. So go ahead and make your MBA. That's a miss. I'm going to Dimension Slide. Range 5, I'm going to grab Red, and I'm going to teleport her 3 squares to here. Or however Red wants to teleport, I think we agreed on that. And I will slide myself 1 to the right.
Okay.
So I'm here. And then I will Intellect Hammer on this Thundering Scorpion. I will keep my weapon off so it doesn't lightning damage.
And you are intentionally not moving into flanking because you dislike flanking?
Oh, duh. Yes, I will move to flanking. I didn't realize that was going to be a thing. I'm used to 5e where RDM uses like, this is flanking and this is only flanking.
Nope.
It's a weird rule set. Sorry, I got my numbers mixed up. Anyway, yes, I will teleport to flanking. Intellect Hammer. 30 versus AC for 10 damage, flavor damage, and it is dazed.
Okay, it ignores you and is dazed.
Alright, and I regain 2 power points. That is low.
Red, you're up.
Alright. I'm within.
You're
He's
breaking up
dazed,
really
so
bad.
you're free to move away from him.
Red, what are you trying to say? Because, yeah, you're not making a lot of sense.
Oh. I wanted to use my move action to attempt to skill check the crack. I'm gonna get like a. I have kits and stuff, so I'm gonna get like a hammer, a pick, and try and like the rocks around it into the crack and disrupt the wind flow. It was initiative, not a skill check. I missed the button. Huh. Interesting.
You should also mark yourself as bloodied if you get a chance.
I don't plan on being bloodied much longer.
Okay. So, you smash a couple of things and you notice that the sound of the howling wind fades very slightly.
Okay. And then I'm using my standard action to second wind with Amulet of Life. And then I guess I have a spare minor. I guess I'll try and further disrupt the barrier or the wind thing. I'll try and use my Storm Soul powers to reverse the wind flow on one of the things.
Reversing the polarity. Carry on.
Yeah.
So what are you doing that with? What type of a check is that supposed to be a justification for?
I'm not well.
Try to think about what it looks
about-
like, and that'll give you a hint.
How about let's do perception to create little like swirls of energy in the wind that make the wind spin and go the other way, and try and like spin it going the other direction.
Okay, sounds good. Pinpointing exactly where the wind is strong
And I
is
did nature for some reason, but it's the same check, so.
nature does definitely work. Nature would work as much as perception would in that situation.
Sure, they're identical, so. I do that thing.
So 2 successes in the skill challenge. So you notice that the crack that you were nearest to, the wind is still coming out, but it's not making as much noise as it was, and you notice that the water that's churning down by the canoes is churning a little bit more, a little bit less violently, I guess is the best way to put it. Brett, it is your turn.
I gotta make a saving throw again. Hooray.
So, same answer. You can either move into the water or you can fall prone.
Choose to fall prone.
Okay.
Going to stand up. And then I'm going to attack the windstalker next to me with low slash.
Okay. So it dies.
Then standard to move, and I'm going to try to move, jump across the water from the canoe to the cliff.
Okay. Where are you trying to get to? You can auto pass the athletics check, so then go there.
Six, and my turn.
All right then. Scorpion. Scorpion used blast last time, so he has to use burst this time. Oh, he is date. No, yeah. So let's see what this button does. Cool. So that'll happen at the end of his turn. He's just going to snap at people because he doesn't really want to get hit with the area burst. So, or he doesn't want to get hit with provoking from people. So he is going to. He'll violate mark and attack red.
Oh crap! I just got back. Sorry. Did his turn just start?
Yes.
I would like to slide him down one to the right if that's okay. Sorry
Okay.
for calling that late.
That's fine. So red, 19, so 17 versus AC and 24 versus AC on you.
The 24 AC is with the mark, so yeah, that's gonna hit.
14 points of thunder damage.
Mind
Okay.
spike.
He's not.
14 psychic force damage.
Okay. He ignores it.
Dang it.
The Windstalker goes up and smacks Brett. Misses. Shiver, you're up.
Okay, Shiver's gonna try to trigger second wind on Ko.
Okay.
Yay! So go ahead and spend your second wind, and Shiver's gonna attempt an Arcana. She's gonna use a move action to try to seal one of those cracks again.
Okay, so again, what does it look like? That's what I need from you.
She's gonna try to use some of the power from her flame weapon to try to make molten some of the rocks in like pretty much the same place where she attacked last time with the acid orb. She's
Okay.
gonna try to kind of close it up to stop the wind from passing through.
Sounds good. So easily done. You see the one big rent kind of close down as you see little sparks of blue magic evaporate around the area where you cauterize. Almost feels like you're cauterizing a wound in the side of this cliff. And you see the lightning that's on the scorpion sort of power down a little bit. You get the impression that its defenses are lowered. It will be less resilient now.
Did it take 20 damage and remove daze?
It did.
Okay.
Is it possible to use Shiver's minor action to try to close those rents again?
Yeah.
Okay, she's going to attempt the same thing on one of the other ones.
So, you will get a minor penalty for using the same check more than once. However, it is not going to be a bad enough fail that is going to harm you. But you get the sensation that while you're pushing a lot of power around here, that the latent energies here are so strong that if you fail to manipulate the energies enough, that it is going to start giving you a feedback that is going to start harming you.
Okay.
Ko, you're up. You're conscious. Hi.
It's great. First, I would like to get off my ass and stand up. And I'm going to attack you.
Ko, I don't want to be a stickler about Amulet of Life, but you can't use Amulet of Life to come back from unconsciousness.
No, as in from the second wind he triggered.
I
That's
know,
what I was asking. Okay.
In order, when you're unconscious, you're unconscious and he triggers a second wind, and then you heal.
Yep, fair enough.
In order to be able to do that, you have to be awake, which is the difference between a free action and a no action.
Yep, fair enough.
So that's the difference between a free action and a no action.
No, that's no problem. Now what was I doing? Oh, I was going to attack the Windstalker in front of me.
Alright, Windstalker dies.
And as a miner, do I have anything around that I can throw?
You get bits and pieces of stuff that you put in the canoe. You got like
Sure,
oars and
I want
things.
to try and throw one of them in such a way that it triggers a small, let's say a very, very small avalanche to close off some of the holes.
Okay.
As a miner.
Okay. So you sort of chuck the oar kind of like a lance, and you're sort of expecting it to maybe try to clog something up, and then it soars straight into the hole and just disappears. And you hear this kind of clicking sound as it sort of lodges into place, and the wind from that hole completely dies out.
Yeah, that's my turn.
The Wind Scarab, he used Blast previously, so he's got to use Burst this time.
He's starting his turn.
He's not starting his turn. He gets a single
Okay.
action.
Got it.
Is this thing.
Okay.
Yep, he is going to go over here, and then he's going to burst in the middle. Like that. So, Thunderburst. So 25 versus Lup, 17 versus Red, and 33 versus Booster.
Ow.
If you get hit, 24 points of thunder damage, which has rolled 24, I think, every time. And if you get missed, 12 points of damage.
Ow.
I'll use an immediate interrupt, fire.
I didn't hear what you said, but go ahead and click the button.
To turn that down to 10 damage, I think. I just did a interrupt, that's all.
Okay, so... Wait, so to be clear, Fire Death, the way that it works is all damage roll for the triggering attacker considered to have resulted in 1. If it's a burst, it only has 1 damage roll, so the damage that everyone takes from Fire Death will be 1. So it'll be a total of 9 points of thunder damage on a hit, and 4 points of thunder damage on a miss.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, awesome. That's nice. That is nicer than expected.
Anything else? Actually, anyone have any other reactions to that?
I mean that's my last interrupt. Okay,
Yeah,
so
sorry,
it's my
10 is
now, right?
correct, not 9. I don't know why I can't math. It's a 10 and a hit, 5 and a miss. So you get the sensation that the creature is trying to call up more winds, but some of the winds are not properly responding. So a couple of the windstalkers pop back up, but some of them also stay dead. This windstalker is going to come up to Brett, if I can get my correct thing selected, and swing, and miss.
Yep,
Booster,
misses.
you're up.
Do I make a saving throw?
You are next to one of them, so yes, it is going to try to throw you into the water.
Whoops.
It chucks you into the water.
Can I make like an endurance check to force myself back onto the shore?
It is going to be an athletics check because that's the only thing you can really get as far. Well, I guess you can sort of ride the wave up and try to not kill yourself smashing against the water, or against the cliff. So go ahead, give me an endurance.
Okay.
But normally,
For-
swimming is just it has to be athletics. But a
Okay.
14 endurance is going to be just not quite enough to make you able to get out of the water.
Yeah, curses. And does that eat up my move action?
That does use your move action, correct?
Okay. Let's see. I guess I'll use my standard action to try to do another prayer to Melora to sort of push the winds back into the cracks.
Okay.
So 30.
So, you call to the winds, and the winds seem to answer as the air pushes its way back into smashing into the cliffside. As some of the air dies down and the wind begins to calm, it stops being this deafeningly loud howling sound coming from the cliffs, and it's now just the strength of a strong wind. You get the sensation that the strength of the wind is almost completely died down.
Oh, well, that's good. I think I still have a minor action left.
You do?
I guess I'd like to use it to try to do another skill check, except I'd like to try to use sort of
The only word that I've heard is, I guess I would kind of, sort of.
yeah. Sorry.
Lup, you're up.
All right. Lup is going to move 1, 2 right to there. I'm going to turn my weapon back on because I realized he has resist 15 all, and I've been doing this fight wrong the entire time.
You get the impression that he probably does not have as strong of resist all anymore.
Oh. Well. I'm still conductive defense him, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
20 iron versus AC.
Hits. If you're doing lightning damage, it doesn't seem to care.
Alright, fine. I mean, I'm dealing lightning damage, but he's prone.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that'll do it.
Red, you're up.
Okay, I guess I'll attempt to hit this person beside me with an attack, which hasn't gone well so far this encounter. Oh. Oh, in that case, I'm just gonna walk away. I'll walk over to a different crack and try and disable it with. Let's start with a miner and try and smash the thing up again.
Okay. So you go over there and you. What does it look like as you destroy the last crack that is howling wind into the area?
I'll just take. Let's see. What kind of kits do I have? I'll take some like a python or something. Stick it in this cliff face over here, and then take a hammer and smash it into it, and just drop rocks, just a cascade of rocks and dirt and rubble into the crack to seal it off.
Cool.
And so the wind has stopped.
The wind has stopped. Yes.
All right. And then I guess I'll use my standard to charge back.
Okay.
Well, actually, I should charge into flanking.
All right.
I will do not lightning because, yeah. I don't know if they're resistant or not. And then I'm done.
Brett, you're up.
So where does the Windstalker slide me?
Well, first, you're gonna make a saving throw because he's gonna try and slide you into the water.
Again, man.
It's almost like it's what they do. You know the answer.
Oh man, this is a tough decision. I really don't want to, but I guess I'll just go prone.
Okay.
Anyways, I stand up from prone, and I angrily attack the guy next to me with an MBA because he screwed up all my plans for this turn.
Okay. He dies.
Yay! Minor action. Well, I can't do anything, so I'm just gonna end my turn.
Minor action, do nothing. Scorpion, stand.
Slide to the one to the right.
He did burst last time, so he can blast this time. Yeah, he's gonna violate Mark, and he's gonna blast on Booster, Brett, and Red.
No, I'm gonna lightning rush him with my lightning weapon off.
Okay.
$32 for 22. 32 versus AC for 22 flavor damage.
Okay, that'll hit.
I am now the target, and I don't knock him prone or anything.
So he misses on Red and misses on Lep. So each of you guys take 8 points of thunder damage. So Lep and Red, 8 points of thunder damage.
More ow.
And the Stalker is going to try to slide Booster back into the water. And miss. He's going to shift to there. Shiver, you're up.
Alright, Shiver's gonna start off with the Chaos Bolt. Actually, should just do an Acid Orb. Did someone just appear in the canoe?
You look over in front of the other canoe, and there seems to be someone who's sitting cross-legged, floating about 6 inches above the front of the canoe. He's sort of watching what you guys are doing.
Oh, what the? I didn't even notice.
Hmm.
He looks like that.
It keeps getting bigger.
Try to make it easy for you guys to
Just
see.
just grows in size, then encompasses the canoe entirely.
Yeah, eventually he just like absorbs the canoe. He's so big.
He's wearing this very weird-looking mask that has these big spikes that are coming off of them. He has a weapon that's on his back, but you get the strong impression that the weapon looks way too delicate to actually be used as a weapon. And you can see there's subtle enchantments running over the entire length of it. So it looks more like a staff that just has a little axe head piece on it, rather than it is a true axe. He's sitting with his legs crossed, and he's got both of his hands out on either side, and above each one of his palms is a little sphere of blue fire that's quietly burning. His whole body looks a little bit too emaciatedly thin. He looks like he'd probably be about 7 feet tall if he stood up straight, but he's dimensions look a little bit off. Like his fingers are way too big. His chest cavity is a little bit too small for the size of his body. His arms are a little bit too small and wiry. And his whole sort of demeanor has this very wooden feel to it. He's just seems to be staring, watching what's going on, observing.
So it's almost exactly like the picture.
Yeah, he looks just like the picture looks.
Maybe he's a shaman who will heal us since we have no leader.
Oh,
Heals? What are you wusses talking about? I'm doing fine. I'm not even bloody yet. I've been tanking the boss.
Mr. Resist all the boss's damage.
Shush! You saw nothing.
So Shiver, it is your turn.
yeah. Shiver's gonna launch an acid orb over to the Thundering Wind Scorpion.
Okay. Acid orb is range 20, right?
Yep.
Cool. The 14 misses. And he is going to immediately react.
Okay.
Have you shoot yourself with your acid orb?
Yes, that thing.
Never mind. He can't because you're not within 10.
Aha! See, if you slide him far away enough, he can't do anything.
There we go.
He does seem to reflect it back towards you, but the spell sort of peters out and dies before he gets to you.
Excellent. Shiva just kind of regards that person in our canoe strangely and asks, "Who are you?"
He tilts his head very awkwardly to the side in a way that sort of makes it clear that he probably doesn't have a lot of bones in his neck. And goes, "Who? Well, that's an interesting question. I think I'm Morthak. No, wait. I killed someone named Morthak. Or I'm Morthak. Not sure. One of the two. Either my name is Morthak, or I killed someone named Morthak."
Oh, I remember this guy. Okay, I did a mission for this guy once. He's interesting.
He as you go to talk to him, he sits there. He's got the little bits of fire. He gestures with his right hand, and the little bit of flame stays where it was. And then when he gets done gesturing, he puts his hand underneath the flame.
So I ask him, "Is this your building that's down here? Are you the homeowner?"
So he tilts his neck the other way. Goes, no, yes, maybe not really. It's complicated.
Okay. I ask him, how does he feel about giving us a hand with this construct?
He looks over towards and goes, I don't really know what sort of hand you need. This isn't really my role in things.
Okay. Shiva says, "Good chat. I'll check in with you later," and ends her turn.
He nods his head very emphatically as he turns back to watch the fight. Ko, you're up.
Well, a mysterious guy just appeared, so that changes my plans. I'm just going to ready an action to charge at this guy if he makes any hostile motions at all.
Okay.
So that will just be my standard, and that's my turn. I won't do anything else.
The scorpion, it blasted last time, so it's going to burst this time. Flies over here, or jumps over here, and then is going to do a area burst on Brett and Red.
Sorry, guys, I got nothing for this one. You're taking it.
33 versus Brett, 32 versus Brett, 33 versus Red, 32 versus Brett. Both are against reflex, 19 points of thunder damage.
I'm down.
Ouch.
Booster, you're up.
First back.
I'm gonna use I guess, booming blade on the one right next to me.
Well, step one is you're going to be smashed up against the rocks by the water.
Oh, right.
So, yes, that's going to hit you.
Yeah.
So, 20 points of damage to you.
Okay.
Okay, now go ahead.
Am I gonna get slid anywhere? Or okay. All right. Booming blade it is.
That is going to connect and destroy the creature.
Okay.
Is that actually thunder damage? Or the first damage is untyped, right? And the second thing is thunder, right?
I'm actually not sure. I'll go check the power right.
That's correct. The first is untyped.
Cool. So it does kill him.
Well, that's convenient then. Sorry about that.
You do not smack the guy with the one thing he's immune to.
Yeah. All right. I guess I'll use my minor, or sorry, my move to try to jump back on shore with endurance again.
Okay. So you got a really good feel for exactly where the sharpest rocks are from your last encounter with the shore, and so you basically loop an arm around that one really jagged piece of rock and pull yourself onto the shore.
Okay. And that'll be my turn.
Lup, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna move 5-3. Straight line. I misclicked there. 3 to there, and I'm gonna twist the eye with my weapon off. 26 versus AC for 14 damage.
That does hit. 14
right.
damage or 14 lightning?
14 damage. My weapon is off.
The creature does not seem to resist any of that damage.
Oh, I can finally hit him. I moved, I standard, I haven't marked, so I don't really need to minor anything. I think that'll be it for Lup.
Alright, Red, you're up. Death saving throw. Brett, your turn.
Woo.
You see the two little balls of fire float for a second as the person who's sitting above the canoe claps when Lup hits the scarab, or hits the scorpion.
I'm gonna move right here, provoking from the scorpion.
He'll take it. He'll crit you.
Ouch.
Yikes.
I'm a lightning rush that.
So he'll crit you for 32 points of damage. And let's see if Lup can lightning rush it. He can. So Lup, 32 points of thunder damage to you.
It's actually, I don't have the augments to make it attack me.
Okay.
I'm using it augmented.
Okay.
So, I wasn't going to move, but I was going to turn on my weapon.
Okay.
Or I was going to move. I'm going to move to here, and I'm going to turn on my weapon, and I'm not going to deal, it's going to be 15 lightning damage as it says, and I'm going to slide him down 1 to the right, so he's out of range of Brett.
He has
reached.
Oh, no, he's not, because he's melee 2, isn't he?
Yeah.
Gosh dang it. Sorry, Brett.
So, Brett, you take 32 points of thunder damage.
32. Wow.
I will slide him, though, like he is slid.
To there?
Yes, that is correct.
So you
Wait.
have to move
Yes.
slightly. Because this is where he goes.
That's fine.
You can't shoot
Yes.
squares, so that's fine. You can be here.
No, that's cool. I'll be over 1. That's fine. I like where I was. That's cool.
Okay.
This will work.
So, Brett, did you have resistance? Because you only had 24 HP. HP you want to dog?
I was factoring in the temp health I get for being bloodied.
Okay.
So I have 1 HP right now. Wow.
How is
Um,
how is 24 plus 5 greater than 32?
I had 28 left.
Okay. Which still doesn't make. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Keep going.
I guess I'll have no choice but to RBA since I'm no longer melee range, so just RBA him.
Okay. So he takes crit dice.
Right, give me 1 second.
I'm gonna slide him one down further
Why are you sliding one down further?
because he's in
Starts
my
his turn.
aura and he's starting his
Starts his
turn.
Gotcha. So he slides down one.
Now he's out of melee range of everyone. There we go.
He used the blast last time, I think. No, he used the burst last time. So he's gonna use the blast this time. Lup, Brett, and Red. Can he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, he can't. So he's gonna do Brett, Lup, and Booster.
Wait, Brett, Lup, and Booster? Oh,
Yeah,
right, okay.
It's a blast 10.
Yeah.
I use shield to miss that.
Okay, so you take 9.
I'm gonna timely dodge out of that, so move right there.
Okay. So instead of targeting Brett with the 26 versus reflex, it's going to target Co 26 versus reflex. So Co
26 versus reflex will hit.
18 thunder to you.
Oh, I just stood up.
And the scorpion is done. Shivra, you're up.
All right. Shiva's gonna do another acid orb. She's gonna enhance it if it hits, hopefully. 16 versus reflex.
And I believe you are 11 squares away. You are 11 squares away.
Yep.
So you miss, but nothing bad happens.
Okay. Yeah. She'll end her turn.
We are in trouble.
Co, you're up. Death saving throw, please. Ouch. Scarab moves. Scarab bursts. Brett and Lup. 26 versus Brett and 29 versus Lup. For a total of 23 points of thunder damage to each of you.
Alrighty, I'm down.
Alright, I will take the, would then be 13 thunder damage.
Okay. Booster,
Hey,
you're
I'm
up.
finally bloodied, guys.
Everyone else is silently cursing you. They wouldn't be silently cursing you, but they're unconscious.
Nope, unconscious, no cursing.
Booster, you're up.
I'll go ahead and use Chains of Levistus on the Scorpion.
Please don't miss.
Damn it.
So... Repeat the attack against yourself. Does 18
That misses my Fortitude.
That's good. I'm happy about that.
That's my turn.
Lup, you're up.
Alright. It's getting annoying. Four to there, and I'm a Twisted Eye without the lightning on it.
Okay.
Wow. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Red, death saving throw, please. Brett, death saving throw, please. Scorpion, seeing that most of his opponents are down, is going to try to chew on a frog.
Slide him one to the right. Keep him out of range of ricocheting on people. That's a mess.
Shiva, you're up. While this is going on, the figure who's floating above the canoe is watching very intently, seeing a couple of the people bleeding out on the ground. You can tell that he's very intently staring at those that are down and seem to be dying.
All right. Shivra attempts to do an acid orb again. (21).
21 versus reflex will hit.
Excellent. She's also going to make flaming acid. She's going to do an extra 5 fire damage to it, plus 5 ongoing fire damage save ends.
Okay, so it is a total of 31 points of damage plus, I don't know, a total of 36 points of damage plus ongoing 5 fire, correct?
It's going to be, yes, 26 damage plus 5 ongoing. Shiva looks over, sees if there was any response from the guy on the right when she used the fire attack as well.
Okay.
And she calls out, she's like, says, hey friend, do you have any restorative magic by chance?
He looks over and goes, friend? I'm not entirely sure that we're friends, but restorative magic. No, really everything that I do just makes people explode from the inside out. I was never really built for restoration. You'd have to talk to Jeeves about restoring things.
Well, that's quite impressive. Blowing people from the inside out would be quite a spectacle. Would you care to demonstrate on that animate scorpion?
So, go ahead and give me a check. Give me
Sure.
a diplomacy to try to
Diplomacy?
convince him. So you see the mask sort of crumple around the edges of its mouth, where it might be smiling underneath the mask, and it goes, sure, why not? He twists his hand, and you see one of the runes on the side of the scorpion explode. The scorpion's still okay, but it definitely looked like it took damage from that.
Is it bloodied?
It is not bloodied,
Question.
no.
Oh my gosh.
Did I notice anything regarding was the scorpion affected because like the runes were damaged, or it took like physical damage from the blast?
So he twisted his hand, and one of the runes on the scorpion's body just exploded in a little gout of blue flame.
Okay. Would it be possible? Could Shiva attempt to replicate that by using, I guess, her move action, Arcana?
Sure. So, let's see. I don't think that quite makes medium VC.
No, 14. I think 16 is the medium.
So it's close, but it's creative, and you just saw him do it, so I would say you'd probably get a situational +2 to the check. So watching it, you see exactly what he does. You pick another rune that looks somewhat similar and put power into it, and you see it explode as another one of the runes burns its way off of the scorpion. You see the figure that's sort of floating over top of the canoe turns to you and goes, wow, you can use magic too? That's very interesting. You know, you might be useful to keep not exploded.
Keep not exploded? Yep, that's a good thing.
You hear Lup cursing in the back. Why does it keep exploding? I'm like 50 feet away. I can't hear your conversation.
Ko, you're up. Well, you're down, but
Attempt to not die success.
the scorpion chitters a little bit, takes some damage, and is now bloodied. So you see the outer layers of stuff on top of the creature's body sort of shed off, and big arcs of blue lightning start to fill the area. So ideally you can see the aura now.
Yes. Alright, listen, y'all. You need to stay away. Lup can handle this.
No one else can move.
I technically
That's not the
can,
point.
but I don't want to.
23 versus reflex.
That's a miss.
Okay, 12 points of thunder damage.
Which reduces to 2. Heck yeah.
He's then going to take his turn and multi-attack on you. So 26 and 31.
26 will miss. The 31 will hit.
So 16 points of thunder.
So 6. I'm getting some real mileage out of that Stormwalker's cloak.
Booster, you're up.
Okay, I'll go next to Red, and I'll try to stabilize her with a heal check, I guess.
Okay.
My modifier is +4 for that. I don't have it on my map.
Alright. You should make sure that you have all of your skills macroed. In one
Oh,
form or another.
Alright, I'll do that
That's fine.
by next time. 16.
16's enough. Red, you stabilize and are able to spend your second wind.
Sadly, I already used my second wind.
Okay, so you
So.
just stabilize then.
Yeah. Problematic.
Was that heal check a standard or minor or move action?
Standard.
Okay. Well, I guess I don't have anything else to do.
Okay. Lup, you're up.
I'm a second wind. And that is my turn.
Red.
I will exist. I guess.
Brett, you're up. Oh, Brett, saving throw, please.
Ah. Oh no, sudden death.
Need to go.
The scorpion used his blast last time, so he's gonna use his...
Slide him one to the right.
He's gonna go off into the sunset, and it's going to create a burst that's just gonna have Lup in it. So he'll fly over here. No, he can't, because he needs to make a saving throw. 1 second.
He's one more to the right. I remember he was at the very edge of my aura. There we go.
So he saved against the thing last turn, so he's not taking ongoing damage, and he is going to burst on you. 30 reflex.
Ow.
28 thunder halved. Shriva, you're up. Shivra.
Okay, Shiva's going to attempt another acid orb on the Thundering Wind Scorpion.
Okay.
He just canceled my aura. He just canceled my second wind.
Oh my god.
Alright, she'll try Arcana with her move action
Okay.
remaining.
Trying to
Try to-
follow the example and blow up more runes.
Yep. Oh, sorry, I rolled a saving throw there. So it's, yeah, not bad. 23. And she'll end her turn.
Ko, you're up.
Attempt to not die. Still not dying as much.
Excellent. So the creature's going to take its instinctive action. It's kind of annoyed with all the processes happening over here, so it's going to go...
Wait, did it get to shift when it attacked me?
It shifted 1 and then bursted.
Oh,
Awesome.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood that. I would have. Never mind. All right, I guess it's too late to react to that.
No, what would you have done?
I would have teleported to it.
Okay. Well, teleport wherever you'd like.
All right. I think it was somewhere like. All right.
It was right
When
in front
it's
of
well, I could blurred step, which when I blurred step, I have harrying step, so I can teleport to 1 square adjacent to it. So I would have been
Where
like
would you like to be?
here, up to the corner of it. Keep it, put myself in between it and my allies. I'm gonna MBA it with my flail.
Do you have something that is not a provoke? Because it's not provoking when it does this.
Oh, this is the jump thing. Okay, I thought it was moving.
Nope, this is the instinctive action. So it is going to go and instinctive blast. I'm going to go here. There we go. Instinctive blast. Booster and Shiver are the 2 targets. Booster is 16, Shiver is 15, so probably miss on both.
Misses, but I'm pretty sure that's enough to down me with half damage.
14 points of damage as a half, and it's done. Booster, death saving throw. And then Lep, you're up.
I'm gonna move forward to it, and I'm gonna smack it with Twisted Eye, non-lightning damage.
Okay.
28 versus AC for 17 damage, flavor damage.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I can do.
Red, you're up.
I do
Literally it.
nothing because.
You're stabilized. Brett, you're up.
Ugh.
Oh my god, this is too close.
Actually, hang on. Brett, you in your turn and continue dying. You take 5 points of damage.
I die.
So
I die. I failed.
Red is dead. Red, you're now making death saving throws again.
Oh.
Because you ended your turn and are now taking thunder damage from the winds.
I smell a TPK. I smell a really big TPK.
Wind Scorpion is going to multi-attack.
I'm gonna slide him down as best I can.
Okay, there.
Because he started in my aura.
Okay.
Alright, that's fine. Now do your thing. Oh no. Both hit.
So 18 from one and 20 from the other.
So 18 total from the resistance on 10 each.
It's going to move back to there. Shiver, you're up.
All right. Now
Oh, did you
is
say shift, Gary? I'm sorry, I was holding the wrong key.
Shift, yes.
I'm a blurred step to it. Is that is that considered in the water where I just teleported to?
Yes. No, that's not. That's not in the water.
Okay. Alright, that's fine. Cool. I will teleport to there.
Sorry, go ahead, Shiver.
So is the scorpion bloodied at all, or how damaged
Yes,
does it look?
the scorpion is bloodied.
Okay.
It's not part of the mark.
Is Brett dead?
Red is dead.
Okay. I'm just gonna looking for a power here. All right, I'm gonna try Dazzling Ray on this.
Please do not miss.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, that's not a miss.
Hey, that's much better. 38 radiant.
Yep.
And let's see.
That's an odd
I'm
number in the
going-
attack roll.
I'm going to use Focus Chaos, make it an even.
Okay.
So the basically it's taking a +3 penalty to attack rolls against me. I'm gonna use Cloud of Darkness. around me as my minor action, and I'm going to try to blast up another rune, the rune that's making it come down and attack us with my Arcana.
Do it up.
Yep, and that's my turn.
I assume 14 misses your will?
Let me just double check.
Pretty sure 14 misses your will.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
think
that misses.
So when you sent a little bit of power in to try to blow up one of the rune lit up very brightly, and you got a bit of spell-plagued feedback that sort of washed back over you, but you were able to prevent it from hurting you. You end your turn and you take 5 points of thunder damage
Okay.
from the aura. Ko, your turn.
Still not dying. Still bleeding. Still unhappy and unconscious.
You take 5 points of damage. So it is going to try to shift back and then get probably you teleport next to it, right, Lep?
Yes, I do. Blurred step.
Okay. It will burst on top of you, and since it has no reason to not target Booster and Red, he'll do so. So he's provoking from you.
Okay. My crappy MBA. I can try it.
Okay.
15 versus AC.
That does not connect. So Booster, that is going to be 19 plus 5 because you're unconscious. So 24 versus reflex, 34 versus reflex on Red, and then 18 versus reflex on Lep. If you get hit, 24 points of thunder. If you get missed, 12.
Hit.
Booster, you're up.
I'm done.
So the damage, makes my thing tick down again, right?
You continue to lose health while you're below 0.
It isn't auto-fails like it
as
is
a
in
death
TIF.
saving throw when you take damage below 0, but your health continues to go down. If you get to negative bloody, you automatically die.
If I get to negative half, was it?
Negative half health,
Yes.
yeah, negative bloody.
Or if you fail 3 death saves, whichever comes first.
Right. Brett failed 3 death saves, so he died.
I'm gonna roll a death saving throw.
Lup, you're up. That is a fail.
Alright, I'm gonna hit it with Twisted Eye. It's literally the only thing I have left that I can hurt this thing with. Hey! Crit! Sweet. Well, just a second. So 18 non-lightning damage.
Okay.
Well, shouldn't your max damage be 17 plus crit dice?
Yes, it is. I did those wrong. Just realized that.
So,
Yes, 25 is correct. My bad. I macroed that wrong.
Okay. Anything else from me, Lup?
Nope, that's all I can do.
Red, death saving throw.
I'm dead.
Scorpion. Only really sees
Slide one to
thing
the
go down.
right.
So he's gonna munch on you. Missed twice.
Both miss.
Shiver, you're up.
All right. Shiver's gonna move here. She's gonna use her Shadow Dance Solar Armor to effectively create another cloud of darkness.
Okay.
She's going to try to attack it. Let's see here. Yeah, let's just do an acid orb. Let's see how it goes. Excellent. 21
Yeah.
acid. And she'll end her turn.
What's the... Oh, sorry, got it. Code essay, please. So the scorpion... the scorpion is going to leap over to here. With instinctive action. And since it bursted last time, it is going to blast this time. Targets are Shivra, Ko, and Lup. So 28 versus Lup, 25 versus Shivra, and 32 versus Ko. If you hit 24 points of thunder damage. Booster, you're up.
Let's see. Are you able to draw that blast for me by chance?
He can't. He's out of power points.
No. I was wondering if you can show me the shape of the blast, just so I
gotcha.
know where the.
It's basically in front of him, 10 squares.
Oh, okay.
Something like that, I think. There you go.
Okay. I'm gonna activate a power to
They are
kind
now.
of avoid that.
Super weird box, but looks like that.
Okay. Shiver's going to teleport over here.
Alright, Booster, did you make your death saving throw? You failed, and I think you're now dead. Lup, you're up.
Alright, Lup is going to move adjacent to him. And I'm a Twisted Eye. 26 for 16 damage. He also has a -1 penalty to attack rolls now, because Shiver is adjacent to him.
Okay. Alright, moment of truth. He's noticing that he keeps
Slide
getting...
him.
Okay, where's sliding to?
Shiver, do you care where he slides? There, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
So he
Alright, yeah, that works.
sees that the Shiver keeps blasting him with stuff. By the way, Shiver, you haven't ended your turn. So he's going to violate Mark and multi-attack. And probably miss twice. Yeah, 17 versus AC, so he misses.
I'm a lightning rush it.
Okay.
So I move there to put him for 14.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna move one more, so I'll be there, and then hit him for 14.
Yep, he took 14. Shiver, you're up.
Okay.
I think it's fun that the stream can see my side, so the streaming people know how much health this thing has left.
Did it save against the
It did
-2
save,
attack?
yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see what I can do. I'm gonna go ahead and use. Let's go ahead and use. Yes, go ahead. Acid orb. Actually, you know what? Let's try to finish this off.
I will say to you the same thing I've said to you the past 3 turns. Please do not miss. Thank you.
22 acid damage. How does that work?
That hits.
Excellent. I'm gonna try to move further away. So Booster and Red, are they both dead?
Yeah, the only one who's still alive but unconscious is Ko.
Shit. Okay. Now, since I started in this aura, I take 5 thunder.
So when you end in the aura, you take
That's
5.
when I end. Okay. How well am I able to move
Yeah,
out of this?
there's nothing preventing you from moving.
So I'll move here and end my turn.
Go. Death saving throw. Take 5 points.
And I die.
Scorpion leaps. He used burst last time, I think.
Yes. No, we used the blast last because Shiver asked you to draw it.
Yep. So he's going to he'll jump to here and then burst on Shivra. So he'll be at a -3. Actually, no, he'll burst on Lup. So he'll be at just a -1. So 29.
That's still enough. That is a hit, though. Oh, nope. Even with my 10 resist, that's I'm down.
Lup, death save.
Okay, that hits. That's hitting Shiver as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, it is not going to hit. It is not going to hit Shiver as well.
I was one short of coming back up. Are you kidding me?
Scorpion is going to is no longer marked. And is going to multi-attack on Shivra. 17 AC and 23 AC. 25 AC, sorry.
17 will miss.
So 13 points of thunder damage. Just you in it, Shivra?
And
Yeah.
me if I roll a nat 20.
All right. Let's try. I'll try a diplomacy check with the mysterious stranger down there.
Okay.
Ask him, see if he'd like to show me how to implode things from the inside again.
It's going to be one hell of a check because you're really far away right now.
Hey,
Okay.
want to show me how to blow stuff up again?
It's hard to be very diplomatic when you're also yelling.
Nope.
What type of action? Was that minor action, I assume?
That was yeah, pretty much minor action. So I'll go ahead with an attack.
Okay.
See how far we can get away from this thing.
Don't miss.
Yeah, I'm not seeing many tricks I can use, but yeah, let's try an acid orb.
That's a
All
hit.
right. 14 acid.
Instinctive action. Burst your way.
Okay.
30 reflex.
Yeah, that'll hit. I'm down.
Lup, can you natural 20?
Are you kidding me? Another one?
So
Oh.
the Scorpion will come over and coup de grace on Lup.
That's a miss hit.
So 25 does miss you. 25 misses your AC.
25. Yes, 25 will still miss.
Okay, so it's going to be 20 points, math? Yeah, 20 points of thunder damage.
Alright, so my cloak is still in effect, right? Because it's just a passive.
Yeah.
Alright, so I take 10 more. This is going to take a while. My bloody value is 47. I'm at -12.
Shivra, so your turn. Make a save.
Okay.
Scorpion's going to blast you, Lup. Miss for 15 points of thunder.
Yes, that is indeed a miss, so I take 5 more.
See if you can get that +1 to saving throws. Go.
Did the roll show up? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Nope, but I'm still alive. Or, yeah, alive would be the word there.
So it's going to coup de grace you again.
Miss hit.
20 points.
Still going. I'm still trucking.
Shivra.
All right, let's see how it goes. Nope.
So, burst.
Come on!
21, which will hit for 24.
21.
21 reflex.
I have 26 reflex.
Okay, so that does hit because it's 26 reflex because you're unconscious.
Fair enough. Alright, so 24 would be minus 10 would be 14. I'm still alive.
Well,
That's
let's see
6
if you
more
can.
to go.
See if you can
I
natural
rolled a
20. Go ahead.
17. You want me to roll again? I rolled a 17 before you called it.
No,
Before you
I've taken a turn
bursted.
since then.
Nope, that's my first failure.
Okay, the scorpion puts down, like, reaches down with its claws, wraps around Lep's unconscious body, and then tries to snip him in half. I'm just going to melee basic attack this time. 28 versus AC.
That is a miss because I have 29 from Living Fortress.
Actually, I don't remember if the unconscious includes the 5, but I'm going to say it doesn't.
Hush, FA, I don't want to hear it.
Shiv, go ahead.
All right.
This scorpion's just fiddling with this little frog corpse that can't get it to die.
I'm too slick. I'm too slippery. He's gonna drop me in the water. I'm gonna come back up. Watch. Nope.
So that will definitely hit you for 27 thunder.
Yep, that is death. I am down. I am dead.
And then he's going to come over here and coup de grace for a whole shit ton on Shivra.
User was
Yeah.
moved out of your channel.
She is now past her negative bloodied value.
And that's the TPK.
They sailed around the coast in a canoe and were never to be seen
User
or heard
joined
from
your
again.
channel.
Apparently so. So,
Well,
each of you guys
that's
die.
unfortunate.
You're expecting to have an afterlife, a hereafter, something else that happens when you pass on to have other things happen. Instead, Shiver, what you have is a very uncomfortable feeling, like something is sitting on your, or not Shiver, yeah, Shiver, like a very uncomfortable feeling, like something that's slightly furry and slightly slimy is sitting on your face.
Furry and slimy.
You wake
The
up.
Okay. I was worried the scorpion was teabagging me or something.
So you wake up, your whole body hurts, you're taking a penalty from resurrection sickness, and there is something that's on your face that feels like it's slightly slimy, slightly scaly, slightly furry.
Okay. I tried to pull it away from my face.
You try to brush it away from your face with kind of a weak arm, and when you open your eyes very slightly, you see that sitting on top of your forehead is a mouse that looks like the top half of it is a mouse and the bottom half of it is a lizard. And it says in this very weird voice, "Do not try to move. I am not good at this type of healing."
Okay. Shivra just kind of lays back and fairly still weak from resurrection sickness and hopes that this mouse lizard thing can somehow heal her.
So the mouse kind of moves along your... I get a picture for this guy. 1 second. That guy.
It's kind of cute.
So he kind of really creepily kind of crawls all over your body. You can feel it kind of pressing at spots where there's scorch marks on your flesh. And you see them starting to very slowly heal up. The guy who was watching the fight You see him off in the corner. You're standing inside of. Actually, I'll move you guys over. Let's unarchive this real quick. Apologies, I did not expect you guys to TPK, so give me just 1 second to pull up a map. Where the hell is this thing? Sputtering portal. That's what we're looking for here. Whoa, I need to make sure that map is cleared off. 1 second. Yeah, map totally not cleared. 1 second. Alright. I did do this really quickly, so if there's other random shit that doesn't make any sense on this map, that's might be something I just missed. So here you guys go. Alright, so you seem to be in the ruins of what was once a very wealthy-looking mansion. You can see the remnants of things that are very high quality, bits and pieces of stonework that looks like it was at one point, covered in filigree and decoration, but everything here seems to be completely ruined. As you kind of look around, it looks like the top floor of this house was just ripped off and thrown somewhere else. And the remaining floor looks like someone hit it with a massive hammer, as the walls are mostly crumbled, and you are laying in the middle of this. Here's where you are, Shivra, with the mouse that is kind of going over your body. You see floating pretty close to the ground, maybe an inch or two off the ground, is that that weird figure that was watching the fight.
Oh, hello, friend. She kind of regards the strange lizard mouse and as well as the mysterious stranger over there.
So the stranger looks over towards the mouse and says, "See, I told you. It called me friend. It is supposed to be a friend." The mouse turns towards him and goes, "You are incomplete. It is not uncommon that things that are incomplete do not understand things that they don't have any conceptualization of. This may not be your friend, although it need not be your enemy. I see no signs of a collar or any sort of slave mark on it. This might still be one of the Master's creatures. We do not know for certain what it is yet. It might be a complete waste of time, energy, and resources to bring this one back to life." As it's talking, it's kind of pressing on little spots in your body that are slowly healing up.
I regard the mouse lizard and I tell him that we know of the masters, but and we also have encountered some of his slaves on the island, and we are no friend of the master. In fact, we were struck by one of his elemental summons and destroyed it, and we believe the masters are unhappy with them. And if you are indeed enemies with the master, then we are, of course, allies and friends.
So the rat, as you start to talk, it stops pressing in your body and goes and sits directly on top of your chest and then stares you right in the eyes while you're talking, very slowly nodding to itself and goes, Turns back towards the figure in the distance. "Wastewalker, you might not have failed me utterly. This creature appears to be telling the truth. Creature, I am Intellectist. What is your name?"
My name is Shivra, and these are my friends, my allies with me as well.
The rat nods its head. "This sort of magic is not exactly what I was designed for, and is going to exhaust me past my means fairly soon. The host will take over, and it is less useful," and goes back to working on your wounds.
Okay. How am I still like down? Am I able to?
You're able to move, it just hurts.
Okay.
You look around and you can see the corpses of your companions, kind of laying haphazardly around the area. You will also see a gigantic scorpion that's sort of sitting, looks to be partially damaged in the alcove over here. I'll put him on the map. What do you want to do?
I ask them if perhaps they can help my friends. Perhaps they can bring my friends back, and I can help tend to their wounds if you can bring them back.
The rat shakes its head. No, I cannot help bring you back, but I can give you a way to get out of here. Wastewalker, this one needs to have the ability to return here, and I think it is at least magically competent enough to be able to simple teleportation spell if it has walked through the process. You know the spell. Teach it to this one. And then it continues to tinker with your wounds.
Okay.
The one that the rat called Wastewalker walks up to you and goes, "Oh yeah, so this is really, really complicated, but really easy. So the complicated part," and then he starts talking in a completely different language, and he talks for about 30 seconds before he takes a breath. You have no idea what the hell he just said. The easy part, he pulls a little emblem off of his shoulder and sticks it onto the, you can see like there's a bunch of filigree, there's this very worked looking pattern on the floor, on the map. He sticks it in the center, and you see the area around sort of light up, and the beginnings of a portal starts to open in the center of the room. So the easy part is you stick it like this, and you think about where you want to go, and as long as there's a linked portal there, it'll probably maybe work, assuming you figured out all the other stuff and you got everything else right.
Okay, excellent. How long would you say this portal will stay open?
So the Wastewalker looks back at you and goes, "It's a linked portal. It stays open as long as it stays open."
Okay. Would Shiva be able to use this portal to get back to the guild hall and have one of their priests or clerics use the raise dead spell on the party members and then return?
Yeah. So as the portal continues to open, and you're kind of realize that you're in the area, that if that portal actually opens right on top of you, it's going to like cut you in half. You move out of the portal circle, and the mouse kind of steps down. As it's walking next to you, it's walking upright on its hind legs, with its tail kind of curled around its bottom legs. And then as you get a little bit further away, the mouse goes, "Oh, where am I? Oh, big people. Oh no. Oh, this is rubble. Oh." And then the mouse immediately runs off and hides in a bit of rubble. When he ran away, he looked much more like a mouse or much more like a rat than he did last time. Or acted more like a rat as he ran away.
Okay. I guess Shiva will just use her insight. I guess she notices the significant change in the attitude. Does she have an idea of what might have caused that?
So Inalectus said that he had a host, and the host was very not useful and different from him. So
okay.
And then you saw sort of the magic sort of fade away from the creature, and then it started to act weird, and then it ran off. So at the end of the game, you guys will be able to take the linked portal here back to the guild, and that is where we're going to get things going. As you look around, you can see that on the back of the scorpion, there's a spot where it looks like it might have carried some of you guys here. You do, however, see that there is another person there that is very, very dead. It looks like Dakshin has been sort of torn into little pieces.
Poor Dakshin.
So the question becomes, Dakshin is dead. You guys can pay for a resurrection on Dakshin if you want, or you can leave him dead. I don't actually care.
Okay. I guess I'll leave that. I'll make sure that the party members are attended to first, and then I'll leave it up to them to decide. But I'll bring, I guess I'll bring Dakshin along. So, whatever we decide to do with this body, at least we'll need the pieces if we decide to raise dead.
Okay. I'm going to pause the stream now, and then we'll go ahead and sort of do the session wrap up.